Let's continue on with more, Just Ace Attorney Trilogy. We are partway through chapter... we're partway through case 3. Probably about the halfway point, I think. So let me just make sure everything's working, because last time for some reason it wasn't. That's there. 2. Yeah, so it's probably gonna be a longer stream than usual, but able to get everything done yesterday, so yeah, this it seems like if I go for about 6 hours, I can get like first half of one case done, the second half of the other case done. So that would mean if I finish this, I should be able to complete the first case and maybe finish the next case after that. We'll just have to see how that goes. So yeah, let's continue. So we're gonna load from the autosave. I can't remember. I think we're right at the end of the first trial. Right at the end of the. We're in the 3rd episode, but we're right at the end of the first trial section because we've only got to carry on from there. So we'll be trying to do voices for this as well. Let's just see how everything goes. Seems like everything should be up and working. We'll keep going from there. Funny it is that the tiny lie born in the Bulgarian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are? Yes, as I mentioned before. I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiroir. No too, that my memories began in darkness. Word light has no meaning in for Lamiroir. Sir, you may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this dry F word. Sly. I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct roots. Now, Lamiroir, I ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It's never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Oh, yes, of course. Though I admit, I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Okay, I think this is where I have to press on the 5th statement. Press on the 5th statement, and then we want to show the revolver. Well, the revolver gets updated, I should say. Never mind. So actually could have, yeah, there is going to be an investigation, like, right after this, so... We press the 5th statement, which is the last one, I think, anyway, so... Yeah. Okay, Lamiroir's eyes. No memory of the light. Debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Trucy came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. One of my staff knew, of course, but no others. It is also kind of hard to remember exactly what action I did for every character, so I'm going between stuff. But this is a murder trial. I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. It was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would... She told us the truth in the beginning. She said she saw nothing. Very well, just let friends have anything to add. To cross-examine. What is there left to ask? There's one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand. The importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, beware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Right, press every statement.
Hold it!
We can go into the investigation section. So you don't know why you weren't blind? I do not. I may have been born this way, in fact. It's foolish to attempt to pry into her past. I might add it's a delicate subject. Sure, we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately. Hey, why I ought to take a deep breath and calm down. What I am now is all that I have. It's enough, I think.
Hold it!
Are you nervous to hit the stage in your condition? No, not at all, surprisingly. But natural, singing in front of everyone. It's not something that just anyone can do. She has talent, that much is quite clear. I'd even say she is beloved by the gods of music. Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. But as a talent, as you say, then I think the gods are responsible. What about your PR motto? It's just interesting that this has we have a health bar here. Perhaps your music reminded him of the Bulgarian scenery. No, it was quite the opposite. The opposite? According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality. Global? The culture, if you will. How it depends upon a region. If people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts. That's why my music has reached so many. Lovely story. It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all. I feel like I'm going between... Those are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I represented the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter and sound? It does not matter so much to me, really. The label is quite concerned about it, I think. Landscape painter who can't see? It's like a pianist who can't play, huh? Isn't that basically what Phoenix is? I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lamiroir. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Being a sacred when it comes to publicity. You saw your staff, do you think he was still at Zeus? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our land of Benzodone. You're thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. It's alive. So just can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. Cold. Don't worry. Gonna be fine. I'm still on the way. Can't see. And there, Mr. Zeus. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is... Siren. So Zeus told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? You were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You have to learn to think for yourself. Why is this not moving? Meaning what? There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. Witness? Siren? Heard them many times. Along with a little play acting by our defense. Hang on 1 second. Let me do this real. Little Clicks, thank you for the raid. Let me just give you a shout out real quick. Welcome in everyone from the stream. We are doing some Ace Attorney Trilogy, trying to solve our, what, the third case at this point. We have, concert case. Someone's been murdered at a concert. We're trying to unravel that. We're about to go into the next lot of investigation. Thank you very much for the raid. You're doing well. I do a lot of platinum playthroughs, speedruns, reaction videos, Switch games, all sorts of that stuff. I'm trying to do the voices as best I can, but it is kind of hard because I'm deciding to have them all blend into each other, but, how was your stream? How was, Stardew Valley? Did you, good time playing that? I remember them well myself, but that statement is not what I refer. I mean what you said before that. Before? What came before that? That's right, he tried to tell you. When you said can't see, he wasn't talking about... Oh, you got a bunch of rare items. Is it like Animal Crossing, where, well, I guess in Animal Crossing it is random as well, when it comes to some of those, like, items. How do you get them to drop? Like, is there a specific method that you do to have them drop? Or do you have to, like, is it just, luck? He was talking about the witness. See. But the defense did not. Well, avoid relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. If you got a bunch of rare items to drop, that sounds pretty cool. That you were able to get some items out of the way that might be just really hard to find or obtain without a. I didn't realize that there was so much randomness. I guess it makes sense though when it comes to some have a chance of appearing first. Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, so that's very similar to Animal Crossing. I think the what is it? Is it Nook's Cranny? They have like 3 items, and there's a chance that all 3 certain items can appear on sale. Yeah, cutting trees down. I guess it is very similar to that. Someone away from the stage to backstage exit. Yeah, that definitely sounds similar. And certain events have like if you're cutting down a tree, it can give you what is it? Stone. If you hit a stone, there's to mine. There's a chance you can get like gold ores and things like that can be sold for a lot more money. 2 shots. Couldn't do anything to stop it. But you couldn't have heard those gunshots. Thought we proved that. Isn't the most important point here? The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as a witness? Really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Fortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. Yeah, the most annoying ones, like, rarity-wise, are when you require, thing. Thank you for, leaving me on lurk. Thank you for the raid as well. Greatly, much appreciated. It's always nice to, see and meet new people. Have a, good time, have a good rest of the time zone, I should say. Because, time zones here are really wacky. At least for me, compared to the rest of the world. Australian time zones are some of the worst when it comes to how it is for everyone. So clear, if I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Rona, what is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. Investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. So, Mr. President, your report, please. Okay, this is the Interpol numbers that were appearing. Ask Interpol about that number. Sure you find their answer intriguing. Quick as always, Diane. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? PXX314206. Agent registered under this number was remained Latouche. Oh, okay. So the victim was what is it called? The victim was shot. Sorry, the victim was the Interpol agent. Okay. So there's something deeper happening at this point. Undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. Apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. The cautious killer tried to wipe him away. So Latouche was undercover Interpol agent? Him being Mr. Lamiroir's manager? It's just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. There's that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Romain Latouche. An Interpol permit to carry firearms. Registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover role. Well, that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's great help. No problem at all, Your Honor. Be heading out. Alright, what's going on now? I mean, I'm assuming that what we'll have to do now is because we've got the testimony and all the stuff with Interpol, we're gonna have to do more investigations because of, yeah, we'll have to investigate further because we've now got new information about what, where is something the matter? The voice just now. Oh, she recognizes the voice. Remember she said, so, this character is blind. But, because, again, if you're not sure when it comes to senses, if someone has lost a sense, then typically the other senses get a boost, if that makes sense, because you lack one sense, and so if you lack that one sense, there's no need to send the information to that area, so it helps out on other things. So in this case, Lamiroir can't see, and because she can't see, her hearing is is heightened, which is why she recognized the voice. So I'm assuming she's talking about Diane, because that's the only new person that has been around. If that makes sense. Mr. Diane, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. Yeah, this is definitely gonna start adding up. It was her. You aren't saying... The voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche. And I heard the gunshots fired. It's him. It's Mr. Diane. Is this some kind of joke? Yeah, this is gonna require more investigation. No way! Definitely gonna need to investigate further. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. Yeah. This is a new, what is it they say? A new something. Never seen that happen before. Of course, not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamiroir fingering Diane Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Yeah, so, I guess I should catch people up for not, obviously, if no one's seen already. Basically, we're investigating the murder of this character who was the manager of Lamiroir. It's turned out that he's an Interpol agent. And the group that we were at the concert for is comprised of the prosecutor and also Diane. And they're basically... all of the people in the band are in some way or another associated with police. So Diane is a detective in the criminal affairs, and then obviously Clavier is a prosecutor. So we were trying to figure out who killed Latouche. Now they thought that it was this character. I don't think this is the case, considering the character was killed with a revolver, and revolvers are incredibly powerful weapons that, if not handled correctly, will easily injure you. So something else is afoot. Really have been his voice Lamiroir heard. Things were changing fast, and frankly I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Now the reason why it's a big shock that Diane is mentioned here is because Lamiroir mentioned earlier that she heard a voice tell someone to shoot, I believe. So the fact that she's now said that that was who it was is going to be... Hey, now whip it out now, Apollo. So now we're going to have a save point, and then we have to do a bunch of investigating, mainly just talking with characters and stuff. So I do make separate saves each time in the off chance that we do lose. Do make a mistake. basically we have to go around and talk to a bunch of people, and then we get a few other things that we can work on. I will be getting trophies on the way as well, at least trying to do things that require trophies, so that's also something. July 9th, 2:12 PM, Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo! What? Well, you know, actually nothing. Means something, or maybe not. Out with it, the suspense is giving me an ulcer. Did we get any new evidence? Hey, welcome in, Serota. You're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Today's gonna be a long stream. Hey, use Cupid's more of Cupid's emotes again. You know, that one with the bot actually got banned. So if you didn't know about this, Twitch, like about a month or so ago, put a ban out on a whole bunch of, like, bot-related, emotes and stuff. And, stuff got banned. And then, once they realized how stupid it was, considering there's, like, a bunch of people that do, like, other questionable content, they decided to backtrack on it, and, well, that's what Twitch is like, though. That Twitch is really stupid. Like, there was they allowed AI art for something, and then they said, oh, we're gonna revoke on this now after, like, a couple of days, because, they didn't realize how powerful AI art could be, because a bunch of people were making, like, AI art, nude content, and for some reason they didn't think this was possible, because they didn't realize AI was capable of doing this, and it's like, well, no, they're capable. This is what Twitch is like. They'll ban like that, but they'll allow for like other content that is basically like, I don't know how would you explain it? There's so much other content that they allow on their thing, but yeah. Now, my average has dropped last couple of days, so I'm at 2.4 now. I was at 2.7 a couple of days ago, but now I'm 2.6. Now I'm at 2.4. But we'll see if we can keep this. This is gonna be a long stream, so if I can maintain this for the entire time, that will definitely help out a lot. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking. Gave it a score. What score would you give it? Score, G. Guess I would, or maybe, well, it's as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. But you avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. Ask Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. Agent registered under this number. It's remain Latouche. I think it's supposed to be Roman Latouche. I'm supposed to say it. The victim, Mr. Latouche. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. Don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lamiroir told the whole court. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing today? I'm assuming you got off work, just gonna relax for the rest of the day, do some streaming and stuff. Where's just now? It was him. Sure. At first I heard talking to Mr. Latouche, and I heard the gunshots fired. It's him. It's Mr. Dyan. Is that a mystery, Apollo? I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? Wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Yeah, well, I was talking to you. I'm assuming you just recently got off work, and well, we'll see. I've been enjoying watching those. It reminds me of Days Gone, the really hard challenge mode. If you've ever played the challenge modes for Days Gone, where you had to like fight the infinite hordes and stuff like that. That game was really, really fun to play. Days Gone. I'm a bit disappointed that they weren't going to make another. That they tried to pitch for a sequel and they didn't. They got turned down. You mentioned I haven't seen Daddy around. What is he, some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I didn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. You've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine? Right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. Yeah, I definitely would say that. I don't believe in the horde mode. They climb up like the pyramid. Like, I like that. When in World War Z, I like when they do that. Where they climb up and make the zombie tower kind of thing. They don't do that in the horde mode, but they can climb. Yeah, I think the company that made the game tried to get a sequel to go, and I think they offered that. They also said that they'd be open to do a if you've ever played the Resistance games on the PS3, they were open to trying to make another game of that, or a remake, which that also would be really good, but all their ideas kept getting turned down. It's just really unfortunate. It's the spirit. I definitely think that game would work. Plus, Days Gone is a PlayStation exclusive, so Resistance is the same thing. Like, you could at least market that and say, hey, this is our single-player zombie game or something. Do something with it, I don't know. Alright, so Die, you did it? Oh, I dropped a bomb in court today. It's Die. Oh, I said she'd never forgotten her voice, right? So cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. She has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right, I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right, did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe. Dying, even. You bet I did. He's one of the governor's guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Well, the governors have a rock-solid alibi. Couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. Lamiroir heard him, didn't she? She heard dying backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Yeah, I'm still not sure how we're gonna explain this. If she heard dying... Granted, when we were watching the concert on stage, we only saw... We saw Lamiroir performing, we saw Lamiroir fly off into the area like magic and then come back down into another area. We saw Clavier playing his guitar, and then the guitar catching on fire. We also saw... What else did we see? Did we see anything else? I'm trying to think. I don't think we saw him on stage, but then again, we also didn't see Marky on stage either, so there's a chance that maybe they just didn't animate them on. Or they weren't important in certain parts. Okay, Agent Latouche. Interpol agent. Just wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Can't they just call themselves International Police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah. Anyway, I think he was investigating Lamiroir. Why would anyone do that? Is that a criminal? She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palm coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. If it was something that has something to do with something. But something being our case, the last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? Wasn't me. Can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh, you're back. Okay, you are... we still don't know who this character is. We just saw him, like, appear a couple of times and then disappear, so... So he's appearing in my... Still not appearing in my record yet. Okay, now I gotta do a voice for this character, so I haven't actually talked to him like this. From the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Lamiroir. Hey, the other day... Who's there? Yeah, and then he disappeared. Yeah, I remember this. Didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? Could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle. Really? She didn't recognize it was her own uncle? I find this a bit suspicious. She didn't recognize that this was her own uncle. I'm very confused. Okay, fine. I guess we'll have to be just accepted. How come you wouldn't know who your uncle is? Uncle Valent, he's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Lamiroir, Valent Lamiroir. The Grand Magician. But then why is she calling him an uncle? I guess maybe it's like, maybe she's friends, maybe they're friends with her father or something, I don't know. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Lamiroir, as seen on television. Would you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy, 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. See you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. Hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? Okay, now we can see what it is. So, Valent Lamiroir, age 44, famous magician, often on TV, fond of exaggeration. I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. To a quail, quake or quiver, I'm quite tame. Though my starter may see the sight, I'm quite down to earth and need calls. Does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. Zora sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. Okay, that makes sense now. I'm also assuming that she's talking about Phoenix when she says this, though. So that means that Phoenix and him must somehow know each other. You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Okay, so she knows that Phoenix is a nerd. So that means that Shadi Smith, I think isn't that who it was supposed to be? Truce's real father? Because that's wasn't that implied that he took her up after? Yeah. Trip Lamiroir. Wait, Apollo. Tell me you don't know about Trip Lamiroir. Oh, Trip Lamiroir, is that how they pronounce it? Because I would say rye, because R-Y-E is like rye bread, you know, the type of bread. I guess Lamiroir makes more sense. Does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. Do not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent Lamiroir, name begins to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. But you've heard the name. Made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Okay, I have to see this. I don't think anyone on the planet would have done something to this level. I'm trying to think if there would be anything even remotely close to this. So making a cruise ship disappear, something of that proportion would be incredibly difficult to pull off. Blew up an amusement park does not sound like a good time. That doesn't sound good. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I've seen with magicians where they made something of that. Well, maybe not of this. Maybe they could have made cars or something disappear, but a cruise ship I don't think would be possible. You'd have to have a lot of elaborate setup for that. Who made all this gold disappear from a safe? And escape from a high security prison. Said he is a magician. Open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. It's the true miracle of true gramarye. What, Apollo? Do you remember seeing you on television a long time ago? Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? Duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something gramarye? Yes, Zach Gramarye. Possible maker of magic, capable crafter of shining showmanship. I can't remember what this is called. This character seems to like doing the, it's where you have like a sentence and you always use like words that, start with the same, letter, and they use all those in the one sentence. There's a certain way, I think that it's called. Oh, you're back again. Is everyone so quiet? Oh, you can't wait to you can't wait to smoke. I've never heard anybody say that before. I can't say I've ever heard someone say, you know what, the first thing when I get home, I can't wait to like smoke some weed. I can't wait to smoke when I get home. I mean, I guess it makes sense because you can't do it at work, but no way. Trucy's father. So one time, Gramarye included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Bella Gramarye, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And this Zach was... It's my real daddy. Trucy's father a magician? Guess it makes sense. I thought her real father was shoddy, but... Because didn't, Phoenix mention he was picking her up from, what is it called? Yeah, I thought that was what it was for. There's much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. Got my daddy after all. You make me laugh, Apollo. Well, I'm good for comic relief at least. Don't I see Daddy around much these days. Be remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? So in fact, first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Fallon. Sure you are. One for modesty, are you? When I encounter you at the Coliseum, first time in 7 years. Okay. So this is gonna relate to the 7 years ago thing. So we've got, the Clavier case was 7 years ago. Actually no, it wasn't. Trucy and Phoenix being connected was 7 years ago. This is 7 years ago. I'm getting the feeling that we're gonna be going back in time at some point. Fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. To learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. Defend him you did. That wasn't all my doing. I missed the fence attorney, actually. Well, the reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape. Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. What a few, Trucy, on behalf of Trip Gramarye. Will you watch it? Okay. Oh, this is the actual concert footage. So we saw this before. Although, where was this film from? Because that's gonna, I think, matter. trying to see if like anything pops up, because I feel like it's gonna be important. Like obviously the guitar will catch fire in a second. But it looks like it's the same video. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. There's gotta be something that I missed in this. So, what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things than a song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valiant Grammary has good reasons to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Okay, this is definitely gonna be adding. There's definitely gonna be something here that we have to use for evidence. Because why would they give us the actual videotape if we're not going to be using it? Tape recording of Lamiroir's performance. I'm guessing that there's some sort of hidden clue around in something. Yeah, see, I can skip through the different sections, so there's definitely going to be something that changes here. So that usually doesn't happen. Okay. So now we want to present the tape. Whoops. We want to present the tape. Also, I've got to make sure that I examine everything in this area too. Before we go back to the detention center. So I was wondering, it's not in the middle of the song there. Let's see a stunt. What about Lamiroir vanishing and reappearing? I mean, that's the only thing I could see, but we already saw that happen, so... I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. Sleight of hand, a petite, prestidigitation? Prestidigitation. Modicum of magic from me to you. That's why you were at the concert. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course I am like a deity with the stage as my domain. Suffer no mystery upon these floodlit boards, not crossed tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now. Trucy. That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Was done for my illusions of mine alone, monsieur. Also, so what? Told that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. I need to rush, Uncle Valiant. Should stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall link back to the scene. So you be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, call to the Coliseum, or come to the Coliseum, sorry. See you later, Crocodile. The whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, Turner walked out through the door, normally. There you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right, Valiant Grammary. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamiroir disappear. How he knows Trucy and a real father. There. Okay, before we leave, I need to make sure I examine everything here, because there is a, examining the house plant will give me a step closer to the trophy. assuming everything here is similar. I've seen some restaurants that set out real food to show what's on the menu. I have too, but I noticed something strange. One time there was a sandwich without any lettuce. Like it had disappeared by magic. Sure someone just swiped the lettuce and ate it. Wait, that sandwich? You didn't. Polo, you shouldn't eat sample food no matter how hungry you are. So how hard up do you think I am? You know, that ring kind of gets in the way. A client the other day tripped on it and fell on the floor. Sitting my ring rolling out the door, you know how long it took me to find it? You know how long it took me to calm down the client? And in the end, they walked out without hiring us. Did you clean up a bit? Don't you think the props give the office a festive, fun-filled mood? I'm sure law offices are very festive and fun-filled. Oh, this is the right anything agency. The CEO, I want an office that says we know how to have fun. Guess it is her office, isn't it? But yeah, as I was saying in a stream a couple of days ago, I saw something on MasterChef, the Australian version of MasterChef. Somebody did like a noodle dish where they had like what they did is they wrapped the chopsticks in noodles, like similar to this, and they poured oil on top of the noodles as they would like this, and they were able to, the oil was hot enough to be able to fry the noodles and keep them raised like that. Which was pretty cool to see, like, that someone was able to do that, so... What's your magic act coming along? Well, I've been working on my cups and bowls routine. It's the one where the ball moves from under one cup to the other. That's right, the very same. Here, watch. First I put one of the cups over the bowl, then I snap my fingers. Ta-da! Ball's under the other cup. It's not there. Watch me pull something out of my magic panties. Nice try. Guess I know what I'll be doing tonight. Practicing. You can be my head audience, Apollo. So this photo's of your father, Trucy. Someday I'll be as good a magician as Zach Gramarye. You'll see. No wonder she's so devoted to her art. You should have seen him on stage, Apollo. Many things disappeared right and left. Until he even made himself disappear. Cool, huh? Yeah, is that how it really happened? It's one of those hats you pull things out of, right? Of course, my hat's like a little universe. Bigger on the inside than on the outside. Reminds me of a sci-fi show I used to watch. Incidentally, my pocket is a little universe too. And my panties, and... You get the idea. Strange split box leers at me from the wall. And how many times I see that there, it still strikes me as odd. Really? Guess I've gotten used to it after growing up with it, always around the house. What kind of a home did you grow up in? I'd hide in there when we played hide and seek. You just get in, slide the sections around, and you're impossible to find. Bet you would be. I mean, how does that work? How do you slide the sections around if you're the one in there playing? You'd have to have someone else do it. Oh, how about some tea? Here you go. Thanks, that's nice. This is not the time to be drinking tea. That's right, we have to get investigating. It's a close call. We almost relaxed. Several books of magic mixed in with the legal books on the shelves. Most of them recently, nothing but the gleam of clean books. I think the only thing left in here now is just the house plant, which we need to examine for a trophy. Mr. Charlie the Potted Plant. This is a reference to the, so the Potted Plant was also a trophy in the original trilogy. You examine it in that area, and then he will, His leaves are looking a little brown. Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie, your leaves. Maybe you weren't giving him enough water. No, it must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office. Don't blame it on me. You are watering him, right? It's Daddy's turn to water him this week. Mr. White has been away on his top secret mission, no? Sorry, Mr. Charlie, this is all my fault. I'll water you soon, promise. Okay, now we can leave. So, to the... Oh, the Sunshine Coliseum is now an area. Gotta go to the detention center first, though. Okay, July 9th, detention center, visitor's room. Archie may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. I don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Archie Tobias can see. I don't think when we talk to him it's gonna matter because this character can only talk in Bulgarian, which is basically like a Wingdings language with pictures and stuff, and the only person who can understand him is Lamiroir, who has trouble speaking English, but can speak English for and translate the actual Bulgarian thing. Archie. Speak of the devil. Looks like he's doing okay. Forget, why did he come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build on a court case on feelings. Since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. Yeah, I'm assuming that I can't, like... I guess I can talk to him, but... Hang on a second. Yes, you can talk to him, but I just don't think we're going to be able to do much. Like, I'm fairly certain it's just going to come up as the Wingdings language, so we'll, So the trial today. So what did you think of the trial today? Glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. And if he's found not guilty, we win. Archie might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Ah. Okay, we're getting the, this is the, our bracelet here. Basically, when we're in trial, if we think that we can sense somebody lying about or hiding something, our bracelet will trigger. And what will happen is essentially, how do I put this? The bracelet will trigger, and we can, like, zoom in on a particular area of the person, and it's like a nervous twitch. And it basically says, hey, I recognize that you're lying about something, even though that would not work in an actual court, because if someone's fidgeting or moving around, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are telling lies. Again, in my case, I stream and I move around quite a lot. I can't help myself but move. It's just one of those things where I fidget around a lot. Lamiroir's testimony. Lamiroir testified, what a great person. She even got Matchy off the hook by naming another suspect. Diana, the governors, the detective. Wonder if Marchie knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all, if no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Just be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Marchie doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Bulgarian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet's reacting to him. Maybe it's malfunctioning. Maybe it's got to do with the... Maybe the glasses doing that shine effect is what's... How do I make that? That's like the tell. Even though that's not on the person, technically. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm mad, so mad faces. So that bad. Aren't you lied about not being able to see? What if that's not all you lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one more thing to do. Should ask him. Think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. Yeah, so we're gonna find what the evidence is then, if that's the case. Figure out what evidence we're dealing with. Machi's eyesight. So Machi, you can see, right? What you can see in Lamiroir can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, so now we, can't get any information out. So we're gonna, I guess what we're gonna have to do is either one, do the bracelet thing in the court to expose what's happened, or two, find some evidence like what we did before with, the previous case, and, like, present that evidence so that we can, get them to start talking. That's probably what we have to do. One cool thing, though, is that after you finish talking, is sometimes when you come back to the agency, you can actually ask Trucy, and she'll let you know, hey, this is, like, what you might be missing. Just in case, because, like, there was that one little problem that I had earlier. In last stream, I should say. Okay, we've never been out the front of the, Coliseum before. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Well, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. Whether it matters for an investigation? And some days just feel like magic days or defense days. Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. It's the perfect place for it. Did enough at home, thanks. Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. Up in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. And you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. So you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Alright, before we go into the... I'm assuming we go into... Okay, we're going back to the hallway. Let's, see what we can examine around here. See if there's anything that we can, interact with. Look, a blimp. The balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. This one. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge. Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on the stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. Wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Anything else? Ah. Is that the blue badger, I think? What's that creature there? That's the police mascot, the blue badger. Yeah, so that's also a reference from, the blue badger was in one of the cases for, one of the other Phoenix Red games. I believe it was actually integral to one of the cases. I think it was a case... I can't remember which game it was in. It's life-size. Have you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true blue badger spirit, Apollo. Anything else that we haven't, like, examined? I guess it's just the billboard. Look, a massive sign for the guilty as charged to her. Showing Prosecutor Gavin stares at it over the arena. Ooh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? Couldn't even get that thing through the front door. And I'll put it outside, but it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of us to make her singing debut, I wonder? Alright, let's go inside then. Go inside. Hallway. July 9 backstage hallway. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lamiroir. Sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Marchie. You're okay. Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, you get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you know, here we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. And so she claimed yesterday, but how? I don't think there's anything new to examine here. There shouldn't be? Maybe some stuff can be... No, some stuff can... I guess stuff can still be examined because it is different. I guess it's similar to what happened with the agency as well. It's like an instrument case, a big instrument case. What magic trick you can do with one of these? Kind. Luckily, this beautiful girl escapes the case illusion. So it's the girl who... Oh, it's... No, it's repeating the same... It's repeating the same dialogue here. I don't know why it's repeating these. Because we already saw these and now it's telling me that I haven't seen them. So maybe it's got something to do with if we exit the game or something. I'll check them out anyway, just in case. So unfortunately I can't really fast forward the text without thing. Maybe there's gonna be something that's around here. We do have to talk to Lamiroir though first. Usually won't let us into the it shouldn't let us into the doors if we haven't already done something anyway. Learned this since the day before yesterday. Small, maybe no one's noticed it. I don't want to pick it up. Make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why they would keep it just lying around. Running the investigation, being backstage and half as glamorous without a band here. So Lamiroir's dressing room and the scene of the crime. It's kind of lightly guarded for being a crime scene. Not complaining, makes it easier for us to go in. And they gave us our okay, right? We can wander in and do as we like. How is Emma doing anyway? Hope she's not getting cavities from eating all those chocolate snackers. I don't think we're gonna see her anymore for this case, because I think her part's done. And I think about it, like I don't think there's anything else left that she has to really like talk about, because it's now the second part of the case. Voice? It's quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Diane Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait, Lamiroir, is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. No way. So I said in court. It's on my way backstage from the stage. That's when I heard his voice. Guessing Diane and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment I heard these gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest though, the noise was quite frightening. Never imagined the gunshots might be real. I was in quite a hurry myself. Off the scene at once. So it really was Diane's voice that she heard. At least she certainly thinks it was. Machi? Met Machi before my debut as Lamiroir. I was singing in a restaurant in Bourguignon. She was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when he started playing opposites? Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after I made your debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi. Pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He's a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche. Yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. Guess that's what it means to be undercover. Someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny that possibility. Because of my condition. My present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded? Right. Darkness. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiroir. I walked from darkness into darkness, you might say. Singing in a restaurant these days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lamiroir is lost to me. I don't think you... think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? I think your past might be related to this case. Anyway, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamiroir. Thank you, Machi. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. That's all talking out of the way. So now we're going to present the videotape, which will get us the headset, and then present the headset, which will then give us this, get us to the stage. So I guess we do get to pick up this headset, because we didn't, I'm wondering why that's just been laying around the entire time and no one's picked it up or done anything with it, so I'm assuming we're going to have to get that as evidence. So I want to present the tape. Took a look at your performance again. It's even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? Being teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Valiant Grimoire. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grimoire made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. I get the feeling that we're gonna have to find out what the trick is once we've finished. Well, not once we're finished, once we have, not once we're finished, once we have, like, get to the case, because, you know, obviously if a magic trick was done, and it was involved with potentially killing somebody, then, obviously you can't have a character be like, oh, I'm going to, you know, not tell anybody about what happened, sort of thing. To be a magician, you can't keep a secret, you know. Reminded that I was wished to speak to you about something. I was walking this hallway before. Stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Okay, so she's talking about the headset here. Device? Maybe you mean this. It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What did you think? It's one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during our concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It'd be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for now, then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So can I put it on? Headset attached to Trucy. Receiver, transmitter for voice signals. All constant staff wore one. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of those headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can we examine it? For all that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? It's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. She's just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackers. Anything else? I think we're gonna get any other clues from this. Can I ask you about this headset, Lamiroir? Said that all content staff are wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then. They're quite helpful, though. Limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? So now we move to the stage. Okay, that's a little bit of differences here now. Because the tower is down. That song, isn't that the one Lamiroir was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade. Well, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. Come to see that. House is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is! Uncle Fallon! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility and tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. Lamiroir teleportation illusion. Should anything go wrong, it will reflect poorly upon me and my troop. So I went about my exacting examination. I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Yeah, Paula, maybe Uncle Val can shed some light on this whole thing for us. Sure. Lamiroir's illusion. So wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamiroir's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear, like a dream. Like a dream? Yet what can I work on? Yet what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the convenience of a stage built for sorcerer's acts. It's a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower. Oh, that's me talking. But in order to move, you would have had to have used some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing, as far as the fortunes of Lamiroir are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And well, it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. Sure. I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammary, yes, you say, I recall something, I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yes. Right. Well, he just read your mind, Apollo. Where everyone tells him that he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Grammary. It was he who began the great trick Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. But several years ago, that time came to an end. My trip pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you started playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. Do this only for the magic that is Grammary, but for my partner. Partner? You mean... Yes, Zach Grammary. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None! I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammary. Valiant and Zach. The founder of Magnifique Grammary was truly a genius, a work of miracles. Don't forget the one I saw when I was little. He made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened with the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. All the would-be magicians who came to the store. Only Zach and I had the talent. No time at all. Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Grammary crown. Cool, huh? Zach Grammary is my daddy? Now that Magnifique and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Grammary, who brings the Grammary miracle back to the big stage. I'm reading for you. It's Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? I guess now we do the examination of, well, we'll examine everything that's here anyway. It's a ladder we used to climb up to the stage tower. In a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. That's a big instrument case. Case for a contrabass, I think. Actually, this is a pretty big one. I think this is a bit to examine the piano. Still can't believe he found Archie and Mr. Latouche up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places, now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. That reminds me that he's bad with heights too. No kidding. Took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. I'm not going to examine the piano, because that's... They mentioned that specifically. Got all the electronics, that must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No fiddling, you'll break something. If you're gonna make an omelette, you've got to break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs are kind of expensive. Okay, they did say something was wrong with the piano, so let's have a look and see what that could be. One big piano, never actually played one. Should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. Hey, good, he can't play either. I don't feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm saying, look under the hood. Yeah, it sounded like there was something in there. Look, this was stuck between the strings. It's like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Switch placed in pocket. Found on the stage. The switch was something, that's about all I know. For a second, I thought it was going to be like, oh, maybe it was one of those things that instantly played the piano for you instead of, thing, if that made sense. Let's look at the switch then. Any clues on that? Switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't you might blow up the whole Colosseum. Oh, no, please. I think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. It's kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut into our busy times. Right, Trucy PI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Anything else? Oh. I'm assuming we present this now to him. So we want to go to the dressing room, do more talking, and then present her to the switch. We're going to get another trophy in a second, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Eve? So I'm going to go to Lamiroir's dressing room next. Alright, there's Emma. So then one person know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? Giving the second degree in court and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. Talking about the blood-stained Mr. Latouche left. The department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. Suppose. That's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Chocolate Sniper is popular down at the precinct or something. So maybe we could check out the crime scene again. I guess you're not going to find any clues in here. I guess we're gonna find something. Considering we were able to pick up I thought you'd find something strange. Something strange? Alright, we'll go and talk to her first, and then we'll look around. Patrol today. Met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. That's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be as embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. Bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. Makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. That's not how it sounded in Lamiroir's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Diane's voice at the scene? That's right. Can we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? Pretend that I didn't hear that. The case? Is that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? Guitar Serenade, you mean? Serenade? Found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen, and Lamiroir flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, In the end, a bullet took Mr. Lotusa's life. He went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up, at least. It's kind of hard to chalk up to coincidence. Welcome back, Oh, you've got this on the DS? I didn't play these on the DS. Yeah, this is my first time actually playing these. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I've played I played the original trilogy. I played the original trilogy on PS4 already. I also played the Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney ones as well. I'm enjoying this. There's only one thing that's really annoying me, which is the perceive function, where you've got to like find the nervous twitch, and especially since you don't really notice it until after you've already done that. That feels kind of clunky. Everything else is pretty good. I'm enjoying it so far. Seems like we're leading up to this case being. We're leading up to this game being like. How do I put it? It's almost as if we're leading up to one of the cases at the end, having them all relate back. That's what it seems like anyway. But I'm enjoying it. Oh, you love when they blink and stuff? Yeah, it's a good attention to detail. I haven't played a lot of visual novels. I guess I have played quite a few of them. Danganronpa I've played. These are considered visual novels. Master of the Lacrosse is kind of like that, but it's actually more active, so that's a thing. But you know, these games are good. I enjoy them quite a lot. The over-the-top characters is what makes them, though, and their reactions. So, like, the investigation stuff's cool, the trial stuff, but it's everyone's reactions to things going on. And trying to do voices is interesting, too. I know, and I found it. The same person did all of this. Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. Couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. I think I did it. Sometimes I worry about that girl, but we are trying to get, so this is, the Ace Attorney Trilogy, so you get, well, original game, the original trilogy was, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, and, Justice for All. Then you've got Great Ace Attorney 1 and Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve as a separate pack, and then this game is, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Individual Destinies, and then the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. And then next month, start of next month, we're getting the Miles Edgeworth Investigations game. So, and the second one was never released outside of Japan. So, we're getting another game that hasn't actually been released yet. You're playing Famicom Detective. I seem to remember someone, I think I remember someone mentioning that to me before, actually. But yeah, I think visual novel-wise, I've mainly played these games, Danganronpa, which I love I love the Danganronpa games, outside of the third one. The third one I didn't like. Well, I didn't like it because of the ending. And I don't think there's any other games I've played that are visual novel. But these ones are very fun. What did you find? So little must have passed over it yesterday. I had it under the sofa. What is it? Oh, some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. It's sticking out from the end, looks familiar. So I had it examined. It looks like a bomb. It honestly looks like a bomb. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say? I'm not gonna say anything. I'll try and stay away from spoilers, but, because I'm not sure how far away you are, from the game. How do I put this? To me, Danganronpa V3 is like if you have a sandwich, and the contents within the sandwich are really good, but then the bread, both pieces of bread are stale and moldy. So I would say that I like all the middle chapters, but the beginning case and the ending case I don't like at all. So it's like you've got the ingredients for making a good sandwich, but the key component of a sandwich is the bread, and it's not good. So that's the best way that I could put it without trying to spoil anything. But I've also seen people who like the V3 ending, so yeah, I'll try not to spoil anything, like what happens in the actual game, but that's just the way that I kind of interpreted that game. Like, there are, if you're talking about outside of the story though, like outside of that particular point, like the characters are, I love most of the characters are really good. The cases are really fun. The mini games are interesting, and some of them are actually quite hard to get the trophies for, with like the casino and stuff like that. But yeah, if I discount the ending and a few other things, the games are really good. 2 is my favorite, personally. The second game is my favorite. I think it's got the best characters. I think it's got the best, some of the best cases. Alright, I think I've got to talk to her, examine a couple of other things. I had to present her the Switch, but then, maybe I should examine it first before I do anything else. Yeah, I'll try and stay away from spoilers for the game, but that's how I would, that's the best way that I would explain Danganronpa V3. It's definitely worth playing, because, again, I think you should let, instead of letting someone else's comments about the game thing, just get to there yourself and then have your own, establish your own thoughts first. Because who knows, there are, you might like it. Yeah, definitely play it through. It's definitely play it through, and once you get to the ending of it and you finish the game, then we can discuss it a bit further. Because I could rant for hours about the ending and everything else. But if you discount the ending, then I would definitely say that, like, you've got a very, very good game. Right, the shoot-in took place, but I'm also trying to not let that affect it too much. Like, it's like that thing, but I don't know if you've ever played Mass Effect. So Mass Effect 3, when it released, people loved the game, like, and then it's one of those cases of they loved the game and then the ending happened, and I think I find that very hard to. I find it very hard to you know, think that an ending to something can ruin a game to a point where it's bad. V3, I would say, is on that level, but I don't necessarily forget that everything prior to that, gameplay-wise, story-wise, character-wise, everything was very well done. So I think that was a problem with Mass Effect 3, where it was like, oh, the ending happened and we instantly hate it. It's like, but what about all the other 3/4 of the game that you played before that? Why, you know, that doesn't suddenly discount everything that happened in that case. I tried to come into the dressing room. Dropped her brooch. That fits with the other stuff we know. The timing of when she dropped it is important. Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. But, yeah. I definitely, like, when you finish the game, let me know, and we can have a discussion about the, about V3. Because there are some there are, I think V3 has, I'm trying to think which cases. V3 probably has two of my, I'm trying to think. V3 probably has two of my favorite cases in the entire series in it. One of the cases would be up there in terms of probably my favorite of the series. Just because of how well it was done, it'd be in the top 3, I would think. So there is some very, very, very high points in the actual game. The way those bullets tore through this thick wall, well, it really was something else. If someone as little as me could even fire it, dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career. But you always had stiff shoulders, maybe that could loosen them up. I'm not sure when it's coming out, but there is another game that is, it's releasing, I'm assuming sometime this year or next year. It's done by the same creators as Danganronpa. It's gonna be, it looks like the gameplay is turn-based strategy, like with grid gameplay. And, what's it called? Yeah, grid gameplay, and, kind of like a Danganronpa-esque style mystery, with murder mystery kind of thing, but the combat is turn-based on grid. Like, it seems like it could be interesting. I can't remember what it's called though. Didn't have the guts to pull the trigger right there. And of course, I played Master Detective Archives on the Switch. I think it was last year. That game is also very good. Similar sort of premise to Danganronpa, except you actually get to like move around, yeah, you get to move around in third person to all different locations. You'll pick, you still pick up your evidence. You have to solve murder cases. It's definitely something different. But you can tell that it's a Danganronpa game. Speaking for monitoring the stage, it was blaring at the time of the shooting. It's pretty odd model for such a nice place. So I don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse. Speakers must cost a lot. Any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? Well, a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. But that's almost $600! $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. Oh! Never mind, we just got a, trophy. We got a trophy for, What did we get that for? Having learned about Trucy's monthly allowance in episode 3. Okay, so that one, one of these was, story related. The other one, we had to actually click on the speakers. Okay, that's, what else have we got in here? The event with much Tobias fingerprints. Oh, I didn't know there were fingerprints here. What's with the frown? Can I go frown anymore? Is that a crime? Oh, of course not. I just meant much Tobias fingerprints are on that vent. But his fingerprints would be there if it wasn't the shooter. It's not a question I want to have to answer in court. Hey, wipe that frown off your face. One stick of the mud per crime scene, please. Guess girls can frown, but defense attorneys can't. Shooter must have used that to climb up the fence. Well, this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here. I don't think Mr. Trucy was shot because of the ladder. I think it was Matchy? Guess that event is pretty small after all. So prove he was at the scene. He escaped in the time between the gunshots and us opening the door. I don't even know if that's possible because we heard a noise, but we didn't see anybody in the room. So I don't think that's possible. I honestly don't think that that's possible. Unless we all got blinded by a flash grenade or something. Look, it's fruit. Fruit, Apollo, fruit. Heard you the first time. Sure is a lot of fruit that anyone would miss a bite of watermelon. I know, I'll make it vanish into my stomach. Better not, they might make you pay for it. And if you have the money for that, you should probably repaint the office first. Watermelons are that expensive? This could have been imported from some exotic locale for all I know. It's one of the biggest, most expensive looking TVs I've ever seen. Too bad you didn't have our own one. That was kind of harsh, Trucy. About, for all eternity then. Same difference. Gavin's poster. How many of these did they put up anyway? Just gonna Gavin look so cool on stage. She'd like to play the guitar too, Apollo. Can accompany my magic act. It'd certainly be a novelty act if nothing else. I'll think about it if I ever lose my attorney's badge. Oh, I already read about this. Okay, this is what's different about the crime scene here. We actually have numbers and stuff, because the body was moved. Alright, so now what we want to do is... this mirror's light like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Look at all that makeup. All I know is they shouldn't make much of a clue. Guess she's not into makeup yet. What a weapon, so it belonged to Miss Latouche. Thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. So Latouche was a big man. How about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to have been his size? Not necessarily, no. I don't think so. There's one heavy-duty bouquet there. Trouble thinking of flowers as being heavy-duty. You call lots of things heavy-duty. And flowers they don't. What about a heavy scent? You mean heady? Or heady scent? What if the flowers are plastic? They still wouldn't be heavy. Okay, what if they were made of metal? What, like a magnolia made out of steel? Oh, I see what you're doing here. So this is a reference to a TV show. There's an actual TV show called Steel Magnolias, which had, I believe it had Pierce Brosnan in it. I think that was one of his first major roles. Exactly, though I hope all my fans don't start throwing metal flowers at me. I think he played the detective, but I couldn't remember. It's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers? They look like a beautician? Just know they dry your hair and give you a permanent... It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know? Okay, how about a perm machine? Or you could go more simple, like perma. This isn't a bad game thinking up official names for things. Not that it makes the name actually official or anything. It's like a present for Lamiroir. Stars always get the biggest presents. Yeah, you could give me a present, Apollo. Yeah, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks. She must not get a lot of presents, poor girl. This is the window where Lamiroir saw the crime from. Wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But you did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way. Look, the carpet's been torn up here. That's the part we did the Lunamole testing on in court. Lunimole? What's Lunimole? That's it's Luminol, get it right. It's kind of scary when it comes to signs. Let's learn the word note inside of Wrath again. Let's, think that's everything? That we've examined? What do we examine after this? So we want to present the Switch to her, then talk about the Switch, then, go back to the Coliseum. Okay, so we need to present the Switch, and that'll give us a bunch of other things. Do you think you could take a look at this? Small device. It's like a transmitter. Transmitter? It's a switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though. Signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Wait, it set everything on fire. It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire. It's the big idea. Oh, now we know what this is, an igniter. Okay, so maybe this was what... So this was what was in the... Was this what was in the, what is it called? Was this what was in, how do I call it? Was this what was in the guitar? Because this switch would have been pushed and then the guitar... Because it's an igniter for something, and the only instance of fire that we've seen has been from that, so... It'll lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Suppose, at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. Sure. Now I'll talk to her. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. It says you weren't the one holding it. Don't have sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway. Now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. This is definitely a little transmitter. Signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Remote trick updated in the court record. So that's the... Remember they were mentioning about something with the stage being 30 feet, I think it was? Found the stage triggers in an item within 30 feet. Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from Lamiroir's dressing room. Oh, okay, this is the radius now. So now we have a radius of about where it could have been pressed. So I'm assuming that this igniter was pushed to, the switch was pushed for the igniter somewhere to have the guitar catch on fire for whatever reason. It's the backstage completely. So it looks like it would cover the stage. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Forum diagram added to the court record. Cross-section diagram of the Sunshine Coliseum. So it's best to be getting on with my investigation. Hang on 1 second. I need to do this. Kat, thank you for the raid. Let me just give you a shout out real quick. Hope the Call of Duty streaming was going well, that you won a lot of more matches since I've been gone. Thank you very much for the raid. But just knowing what this thing is for now. Looking to ignite it a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. The igniter found at the scene emits a flame when triggered by remote control. I guess we can have a look at that too. It's weird that I just noticed something when I was trying to raid that it was picking up on another. Guess it's fixed itself now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you once again for the raid. Hope that you that your stream is going well, or all's going well, I guess. Let's go to outside. Although first, check the record. So a couple of new things to check out. Can't do anything with the diagram. I'm surprised that they didn't mark down specifically, hey, this is the radius for the particular area. Yeah, my average dropped to 2.4 today. I checked it, so hopefully if I can retain the retain this for the entire stream, that I can boost that up again to make up for the lost time. It's weird though, because I did 2 streams that were like 6 hours, and they stayed at like 1 view the entire time. And my average didn't drop at all based on those, but then it only dropped when I wasn't on this thing. So I'm thinking what's happened is those streams that I had lots of viewers for are starting to remove themselves from the listing, if that makes sense. So I think that's what's happened. We can examine this now too. These little parts, pretty complex. I think this is where the fire comes out. Other than that, the thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. I'm really saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. I don't see any other clues right now, so let's move to the pretty sure I just moved to the Coliseum, right? Because I've already, yeah. Just that in a second. Move to outside. What, come to laugh at the murderer? Dying? That old bag opens her pile and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. Won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Tony's in the best of moods, is he? How many people are these days, it seems? This is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid, rock solid. Okay, probably gotta talk to him and do a bunch of stuff. Talk to him, and then... Where are we going after this? Let me go and talk to Gavin. And can do a bunch of stuff in his area, which we haven't been yet. Sure. Okay, your alibi. So about your alibi. You have to ask. Shouldn't happen right in the middle of the third set. That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead. 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. Can't believe they aren't letting me work. So they need to yell at me. It's Lamiroir's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the crime scene. I didn't even talk to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Okay. What is this like? Won't let you work? You won't let me work, Gavin. Says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? You can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hearing whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was just that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? Ah. It was you, Dalian. Okay. She's a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. For your albums. Band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, he's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? We've been there, have we? Yeah, we haven't actually done that yet. I feel like we were in the prosecutor's office in the law areas like so many times in the previous ones. And we're 3 cases in, and this is the first time I've actually gone to the prosecutor's office. I don't know, the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it, normally. Well, let's go check it out. I just wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Tell him I want it into that crime scene. We're going now. Hey, wait. It's so weird because you see him here, you see a picture of him here, and you don't realize that his hair is sticking out like a pompadour. And yet here we are with that. What do you really think happened? Really? I don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Hey, you got a pizza. Congratulations. You didn't win a sandwich. Welcome in, Berlin. Pizza is still good, though. A pizza sandwich. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song. I guess a pizza can be a sandwich. If you take 2 slices and put them together, then could that be considered a sandwich? Get this one wrong, I'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? I'm going pretty well. I'm enjoying the game. The game is fun. I'm trying to do voices, which is hard, because I keep sounding the same, but it's hard to do voices when you haven't actually done it before, so I'm trying my best. I'm enjoying the game a lot, though. It's a fun little game. Well, one of 3 games, I should say, but just trying to keep the average up, because I took that big break, and last couple of streams haven't been all that thing with the views, so hopefully this one will, if I'm able to stick around and, for as long as they can keep the affiliate grind going, it should be, good, but we'll just have to see. Because my average is down to 2.4 now, so I'm thinking what's happening is my, I'm thinking that a lot of the streams I had a lot of views for are starting to get removed because of the 30-day limit thing, so I need to build those back up again, otherwise there's a chance that something could, you know, I could lose that, and I don't want to do that. The day in Crescent. It's one stone if I leave unturned, if I had a choice. Oh, nice. How was your, I remember you were saying that, thank you for, staying on stream. I remember you were saying, you were trying to open up your own shop. How has that been going? We want to move, move to the prosecutor's office. Gavin's office. Like, I wasn't expecting this, actually, but it's actually pretty roomy office. Lots of guitars and stuff. Gavin's head office. It's the band's office. It's the prosecutor's office. Yes, so that's what I am asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Oh, you're still in the process of rethinking everything? Yeah, definitely just, definitely, like, definitely take your time with that. Like, you want to make sure that you, get everything 100% certain before you, thing. That way you avoid making any sort of, mistakes. But it's nice that you're progressing with that as well. It's always best to double, triple check everything, make sure that everything's in order. You can hide behind that bookshelf for a quiet like. It's eavesdropping. Why, we'd just be waiting. Quietly, so we won't notice. What if you heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, the Truce? Truce? Look, don't talk to me about these Boginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss dying. I am. Just thought we'd drop in. You're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tea here in the world in any case. Have a seat. Security Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch in line, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Xavier, the vocalist for the Gavin is? Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom. What do you think he means, Apollo? He's giving us a choice. You can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Let's ask him... let's ask him what exactly? Let's ask him... I'm thinking we should examine first? Because there is something for... In his actual, well, is that right? Yeah, examining first would mean that we can then get an extra dialogue option before we thing, but I guess we have to... It would give us more talking options. Might as well just do that now then. Wow, look at that stereo! To me, a life without music is inconceivable. Never turn down the volume, even when I'm working on a case. Such a huge speaker, must be really loud. This room is completely soundproof, of course. Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something. Maybe Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out. Lately I've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright too. So, yeah, that is a big, I like this chair. I like this chair. We have like a barber's chair. Speaking of barbers, we have a fancy looking barber's chair here, and the guy has a like a small piano on the chair here. This is what you need. You need to invest in one of these chairs. A chair that allows you to play music. This display shows all the evidence for the case. Apollo's got 3 televisions. Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. Does them all at once. Wish I had 3 TVs. What would you possibly do with 3 television sets? I look laid back and relaxed, but in reality I'm quite busy, you know. Living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. If I had 3 big TVs, watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. First two seem useful, I suppose. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. Maybe put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rockstar could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Though I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call? Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latus. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latus? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. Apparently, it is a model of something undercover. Agent Mr. Latus was up. This lump? Do you mind telling us what you do know about it? Okay, so that's where we get unlock a extra thing there. What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. Just wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. It's a massage chair, isn't it? Is it ergonomic, adjustable office? I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. These feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. It was exhilarating, yeah? I sit here gazing down upon the city, writing my songs. Try working on cases. It's the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is an harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirit within. It's so hard to admit that you like staring out your window and daydreaming. It's an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. It's a guitar from the concert, isn't it? Oh, right, yeah. I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. Never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. The results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Seems like something we should ask about. Look at all the guitars, why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers. Didn't just hear him say that. Back up guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash the guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. Breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they're like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves? No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? I think that's everything. Should be everything in the area. That reminds me, did you see the paper today? I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, forehead? I read the funnies. And you would not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Does that have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the dryer, my phone has been ringing. What's it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It's endless. Endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. It was all Apollo's idea. Is there a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Bourguignon Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. For a second I thought that was a reference to something else, but I'm fairly certain that the actual Daily Bugle exists. Like, a Daily Bugle is an actual paper. And actually does exist. Thanks, but I can't read Bourguignon. Oh, that's the way. Suffice it to say that this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go as far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Bourguignon could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Bourguignon newspaper added to the court record. Article about the case. It doesn't mention the lyrics of Lamiroir's ballad. Lamiroir's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Diane step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamiroir is what I right to guess, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. Guitar Serenade. Really love that song. It's such a great atmosphere to it. I wrote it with Lamiroir, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. Gone to tour Bourguignon's legal system, as a matter of fact. That's when you heard Lamiroir's voice. It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we had a song backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamiroir. Music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo would say. It is a memory I owe dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. That very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Think a little lump? It's a piece of history. It's only brown, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, I mean slightly burnt guitar? Sure he doesn't mind. What could happen to it? Lamiroir's guitar. It's a beautiful instrument. It's played lovingly for many years. Guitar befitting a woman like Lamiroir. It ended up here. She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Bourguignon. That it is. couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamiroir state. We used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office room. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. Still think it's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. Prosecutor Gavin's guitar, the court record, a gift from Lamiroir sent from Bulgaria, burned the night of the concert. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar. I'm sure we should check the guitar itself. I don't think I can view this and do anything with it. Slightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part? The burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? Anything on, like, the sides or behind or inside anything? That's right, what was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the santo. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes, this in fact. Oh! Okay, so that's the igniter. Or a igniter. So why do we have two? There's two igniters, because we used the switch, and there was an igniter that was in the thing, but this one was in the guitar. So there were two igniters in this case? Maybe? I don't know. Because this one looks used, whereas the other one I don't think... Well, the other one was used after we did it, I guess. Examiner is busy with the evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Oh, the device looks strangely familiar. This was found in Mr. Trucy's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean, whatever Mr. Trucy was after? It seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Thorley. If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Bulgaria. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. There's something either Interpol or Bulgaria doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Trucy went through all that trouble to become Lamiroir's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it? At his court record, replica of something held by Mr. Latouche, apparently the focus of the investigation. Send someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lamiroir. I guess we'll have to check to see what that is. Or we're gonna find out what this replica is. Anything... Sampler? I think they put a big enough label on it. Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer, sample toys, when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Okay. Still don't know what it is, though. Perhaps you know something about it, being a Bulgarian. Is that everything? Yes. We're gonna present the igniter to him as well. Present the igniter to him, go to the Colosseum stage, and then examine a case. Present you the igniter, because we can now say, hey, we have this on us. Has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It's at the crime scene, in Lamiroir's dressing room. Just if Sky found it, actually. The scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information that igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just as tad naive, hmm? Guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I mean, I think that that's the case as well. Like, I get that there's certain evidence that they use against things to try for things to happen, but at the same time, it's like, shouldn't they be working together to try and figure this out? I'd say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. What's the information? About the strange lump of plastic. One that Mr. Trucy was investigating. Hey, that's right. Been thinking, Air Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. This is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And to keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. Can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor, Fraulein, can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. That's it. Now we have to go and, do... what is it called? Yeah, basically make our way to the stage. Oh, it's you. Came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? How do you know where Lamiroir is? I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? Can't find her anywhere. I'm supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamiroir is missing? Just imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Okay, I guess now we have to go looking for her. Head to the stage. Whoops. Yeah. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lamiroir went off to. Sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. Yes, but I can't help but worry about her a little. July 9th, 4:46 PM in the wings. Stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there. Dark? That's all Lamiroir has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Oh, the only thing I'm noticing that's a difference is the guitar cases, the bass case. What is it called? They said it was called a contrabass, so I'm assuming that that's still that's the name of the thing, I guess. They said contrabass or whatever. That's the only thing I'm noticing that looks different. I put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What you talking about? Yeah, nothing else is here that's... It's weird that this is still showing up as... Okay, so it's still, for some reason, it's still asking me to click on these, and yet I'm not getting anywhere with this. Like, it's still the same thing. I'm just gonna leave anything that's not changed. I'll just not touch it again. Hey, that case. It wasn't open before. Guess someone closed it. Wait, look where the case closes. Something's sticking out. Doesn't look like an instrument. I only just noticed this now. I didn't notice that before. There is something definitely sticking out. Don't think it's open at Apollo. Oh, oh, well, we found her. Yeah, we have to get Emma. Well, we found Lamiroir, stuffed in a guitar case. Lamiroir was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. For me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. July 5th, 5:03 p.m., Hickfield Clinic waiting room. Emma, how's Lamiroir? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So she's okay? Yeah, she came to a short while ago. Found her before it was too late. It's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. They hit her on the forehead, right? It's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right, would you like to see her now? Is that alright? Well, I mean, I'm looking at all the suspects, right? It can't be Batchy because Batchy is in the detention center at the moment, so it can't be Matchy. We just saw Clavier, so it can't be him. Actually, if I load up the court record for a second, like we can not. It can only be like one person, or maybe 2. Can't be Clavier because we just came from the prosecutor's office. Wouldn't be Lamiroir herself. Matchy's in custody. Emma was looking for her, and I doubt that they would have that. It can only be you. Or this magician. Because, yeah. Unless there's a new character that appears. Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? So we want to present the replica to her, and it will give us a lot more to talk about, and then to the detention center, where we present the replica as well. It's probably better to present the replica first, and then go and talk to everyone. So we're gonna get the trial. So present the replica first, so we get all the talk segments. Although I should also examine, because there's nothing else in here. We've actually examined in this area yet. Visitor here in the waiting room watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. It's like we're on the news. With its current hit song Guilty Love is in the courtroom as prosecutor, singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin this, Prosecutor Gavin that. Where's my 15 minutes? The Guitar Serenade, on sale now. Still in the whole reads X-ray room. Never did like X-rays. I don't think I enjoyed looking at someone's insides. Spotting nervous habits is intense though. Must be a recovering patient. Keeps staring at us. What's What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? You just said it yourself. Just watch us talk like from the reception desk. She glares at me whenever I talk. Maybe my voice carries. Present her with the replica, and then we'll do all the talking. Alright, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? So the Trucy was carrying. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after... You know any secret identity? As an undercover agent? So that's what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be... a Boginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Boginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? Wonder. Sure. Okay, attacked. So after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room, I sensed someone approaching. Thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me, I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I'd overheard maintenance people talking. Power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. That's in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. So I didn't check to see how much time went by since we were on the prosecutor's office until now, but it seemed like a lot of time did pass. So I'm actually curious if there was like a how much time did pass. The assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Fortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet when I considered that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Okay, so that already, like, yeah. It still doesn't really narrow down the suspect. Well, I guess it would, but, like, I have a feeling we already know who it's gonna be. You're much taller than I am. About as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, probably a man. Could it be him? Why would anyone attack you, Lamiroir? The detective asked me this, too. And to hear, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. The Boginian cocoon. Well, they call it Boginian. It's only be found in Bogini. Certain only Bogini would know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought you said all in Bogini knew of these. There is one fact that you know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Bogini know. It's that. The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does in his court, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. This is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. It's my best guess. So that's why he was up to. Tracking down Bogini and cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? Yeah. Because, I mean, if he has a replica on him, it means he's doing something. He's definitely doing something with this. Does that make sense? It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought these Boginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. It was probably the suspicion. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it? Bogini is a small sheltered country. Many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? Mr. Latours wasn't a Bulgarian, was he? I actually do not know. If we look at the... We can't read the newspaper, but he's there. That's the issue. So he might be. Because his... It says here specifically that it's a newspaper from Bulgaria, so he... But then again, he's also the manager of her, so maybe that's the reason why... Maybe that's the entire reason why they're there, if that makes sense. It just mentions about... It does mention that it's about the case, though, that's the issue, so that's probably why he's in the actual paper. I think. He's an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Bulgaria doesn't want those cocoons getting up. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. What? What's such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latours had Lamiroir marked. Couldn't be her. I mean, I don't know how she would knock herself out, and also how would you zip yourself up into... I guess you could if you wanted to, but... the issue with doing that is if you did zip yourself up into the guitar case, that you'd be under the chance that you would die if no one found you. I don't think that's wise. Definitely not, so... There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamiroir. It's the least I could do. Do you have another request? If it is within my power? Need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Bulgarian. Oh, we're gonna take her to see Marchi. So, remember, when we were in the detention center earlier, we tried talking to Marchi, and we couldn't understand anything they were saying, because we needed to have some evidence, I think, to prove something. So, I guess now we have what we're looking for. Would you come with us if you're well enough? See, yes. Yes, of course. Shall I come? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. Yep. To the detention center as I thought. Machi, we can't talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lamiroir? Yes. Machi, I'd love to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well, now we have to show them the replica. Just love that we yelled at the top of our lungs, again, this is like, in the courtroom when we present evidence, they do yell objection and thing, but I just love when we're in, if we present certain evidence to someone to prove something, we just yell, we yell out as well. If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you get a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is about. Lamiroir, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. Have them look into it. Well, technically, they already were. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. And we talk to him. Alright, the cocoon. What is this cocoon anyway? Cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. Cure? What's cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. Really? They couldn't have come up with a more... They couldn't have come up with a better sounding term? I mean, I guess if it's a cure for incuritis, that would mean that... It has to be called incuritis because it's not curable, but then you have a cure for incuritis, so I don't know how that works. How can you have a cure for something that doesn't have a cure? I guess we'll just go with it. Cure for incuritis? For updating the court record, replica of a cocoon from which a remedy for incuritis may be extracted. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reason myself. Okay, well at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Matchy... Matchy, you weren't... You couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? I think that's completely different. Like, I don't know why you can't be a magician at a younger age. Like, that's like saying someone's an acrobat. It's like they can be a gymnast or a thing. Like, children can still be stuff too. That's true, I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Oh, Matchy, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder. You think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Matchy really did bring one into the country. Is he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? Yeah, well, remember what they said. If people get caught with smuggling the, whatever they said, getting caught with smuggling the stuff, it was death. The penalty was death. So that's definitely something that can happen there. Can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. Then if you're taking a cocoon from Borginia, is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. This meeting's over. Oh, you're coming in. Okay. Dying? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. It's a call for Matchy from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. You can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Diane, wait. Never liked you, either of you. Yeah, something's definitely up here. Diana, we were so close, he was about to tell us. Yeah, Paula. He didn't want us to hear what Matchy had to say. Yeah, that's what comes off really suspicious. Like, at this point, I'm fairly certain that somehow your Diane has to be involved, because why would he stop us from getting the information that we need? Why would he, they're mentioning all this stuff about, she heard the voice of him, she heard, her getting attacked, presumably by a male as well. I guess we'll have to find out. There's gonna be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Sorry, this is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Okay, that's who we're definitely after. Diane must be the bad guy. Just based on these reactions as well. So we're gonna look for them. Trial day 2 is what we're up to now. Alright, good. July 10, 9:49 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting's over. Sorry. Give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Diane, wait. Never liked you, either of you. I don't know we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Didn't want us to hear what Maggie had to say. I think I know why. Trying to bring down a little justice. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Oh, you're back. Okay. Valiant Gramarye, I exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? Preposterous proposition! How can I stand up on the stand? Why, my secrets will be 3 for the plucking. Might even have to sign autographs. That's why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic. Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself the next town over. Before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? Grand Gramarye Glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Don't forget this truth. I've got to get back into this sounding thing again. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. Here he goes. Sure seems happy about that illusion thing. Big illusions are the bread and butter for a magician. Can't pull off a show without one. Big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things, like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So I was talking about what we saw at the concert? Maria's disappearing act. Prosecutor Gavin's explaining guitar. What do we mean by it being at the root of all that has happened? Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir? Yes? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 AM. Sorry for the inconvenience. I wonder why. Did something happen? This is a first. It's by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night. I'm watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting a hospital again. A hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Hang on a second. It says Incuritis Syndrome, first case in country. If you care to read about it yourself. Newspaper article adds a court record. Article about the Chief Justice's son, who is inflicted with Incuritis. Is this a coincidence? Because at the start of the trial yesterday, he mentioned specifically about the Incuritis. So the Chief Justice's son being sick, and now we're getting a newspaper article added to the court record, which means it's going to be used as evidence at some point. It's not a coincidence, is it? He strikes closer to home than ever. Incuritis, where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Trying to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Okay, July 10, 10:30 AM, District Court, courtroom number 3. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again? Machi Tobaye as suspect fortissimo. Right. Says trial in any case. Defense is prepared, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready to rock. Something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. Just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. Pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Uritis, was it? The article said there is no known cure. Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. Now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. You left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Ask Diane about that murder. Number IP XX314206. Agent registered under this number was Roman Zeus. Thanks for looking into that for present. It's a great help. No problem at all, Your Honor. We head now. Oh right, then this is when the Lamiroir stopped the thing. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard talking to Miss Latouche. And I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Diane. No way! Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Diane would guest star in this season cliffhanger as a suspect? I'll ask the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Diane Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He's also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case, or file new charges. Your reason is? Weren't you aware, Airfoyed? He has an impeccable alibi. Does he? I guess the alibi is that he was on stage, although we didn't see. That's the problem. We saw Maxi on stage. We saw Maxi on stage. We saw Clavier on stage. We saw Lamiroir on stage. I don't recall us ever seeing. In that entire video, we never saw. Diane on stage. An alibi. Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, a guest took center stage. Okay, so I guess just for the first set, the only performers appearing there were, along with a drummer and a bassist, for a total of 5. Shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. The Lamiroir and the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point. And the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out of the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. Paula, you heard them too, right? Sure did. Furthermore, Lamiroir witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. And she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Dr. Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Dr. Crescent was... Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Although we didn't technically see that, that's the issue. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. Here's the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Diane Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. This means that Lamiroir was sadly mistaken. Their testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, let's go to Gavin's case is airtight. Lamiroir might have been lying to protect Machi. He's gonna rely on testimony. Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? At the case. What about the case? Just tell us about Mr. Trucy's death. This meeting's over. Diane? Yeah, I think we can probably get this information out. You would think that Machi would have to be here and we can get the information out via the court. That would make sense. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what's his name again?
Objection!
Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tabaya to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? That is... Isn't that like the joke about, like, learning languages? You only just need to know how to say hello, goodbye, and like, where is the toilet? That's what I seem to remember that being a joke in something. Defense would like to request Lamiroir as the interpreter. Lamiroir? There's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? It's most unusual. Brother F word. Yeah, Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiroir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamiroir to the witness stand. Suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamiroir. Yes. He says Machi Tabaya, the defendant. So certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. If you would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? Hadn't thought that far yet. Paulo, aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lamiroir? Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Suspense is killing me. Well, Lamiroir? According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Victory, Apollo, we did it. It's sounding too good to be, too good to believe. I don't know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamiroir, I mean Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. Alright, first testimony. Obviously we have to read this first, and then we have to figure out what we're going to break down. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Trucy's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he doesn't understand them. Okay. So we want to use our bracelet on the fourth, we want to use the bracelet on the fourth statement. And then perceive the eyes, which is what I figured because of the flashing of the light, which makes no sense. And then present the paper. You wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. prevent him from following them so closely. I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, you would only have to ask Lamiroir to know the meaning of that song. Lamiroir? Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about. Never in so much detail. He never asked. So my oft-repeating warning already fled that forehead. Lamiroir might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Worked yesterday, it'll work today. Alright, so we'll press the, it's the fourth statement we have to do the press on. But we'll press everything else, because that's what I usually do. Just to get extra information and also extra, like, dialogue, too. But March and Mr. Latouche close. Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Objection! Mariah, this is Match's cross-examination, not yours. To know the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. This kid Gavin's tough. He's really tough. She says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. So Latouche was always a gentleman, never angry. He got along quite well. He never dreamed something like this would happen. Hold it! Guitar Serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. Affected the keyring, the burning guitar, and the board. This is why it could not have been me. I could not have done it, you mean? It's very simple. Archie could not have done all the things that happened that day. All those things followed the song lyrics closely. So now we want to do the perception. Oh, actually getting close-ups on the eyes. Ah, I see. That's such a stupid way to, like... Okay. Again, it's one of the... This section here, I just don't like these. It's essentially like you've got... I thought what was going to happen was it was going to be similar to, in one of the other games they do it. You can tell because of, like, they do something, and then it's like... this one here, though, you've got to, like, actually... like zoom in and find the thing. Usually you can see it, not, but this one you can't until you actually like zoom in. Gotcha. Marchie, can't fool my eyes. Glanced towards her the very moment Lamiroir said the word English. Why? So this just makes no sense. It's like. I know that it's a video game. It's not supposed to make sense. With the powers and all that stuff, but... It's like, oh, you looked at one person when this word was said, and then that must be a tell for something. Don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Why don't you tell the truth? You can understand English, can't you? He's saying, of course he can't. Must they continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. Give me a break. That's such an unusual word to understand. You don't know Espanol, for instance. Oh yeah, but... I am sorry, but he truly does understand your language. Well then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It's simple. So simple that it hardly requires an explanation. Read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? Bourguignon Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They've already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden. Archie is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. It was... this. Because it doesn't mention the lyrics of the ballad in the case, and he mentioned that he read the Booginian newspaper and knew about the lyrics, so that's why this is false. Yeah. I have here a Booginian newspaper, the Booginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. And then we have to do a... what do we do after this? We have to do another perception. Yeah. On the new statement. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Margie? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What is this all about? Sorry, Margie. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Booginian newspaper. Yep, got called out there because of the lyrics. I do remember that little clue. What does this mean? I didn't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I've read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says, he says... Yes? It's true, I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. Is this true, Lamiroir? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. It looks like F4 has been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so, yes. No. I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack. Or else. Why is it still reacting? Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. Okay, so now we proceed on this statement as well. On Lamiroir's neck. Gotcha! On that one. Because I saw a neck move. Did you know that the body reveals our thoughts? And yours is telling me you were uncertain just now. Should I be interpreting this or not? Yes, of course. Must admit, I find it hard to interpret that, which makes no sense. Maybe you got it wrong, Paul. Really? You might have a point there, Trucy. What did I get wrong? I need to interpret that after all. I thought that's what I saw. I've already told him. Great, now even my client's laughing at me. Guess that was the wrong spot after all. Hang on 1 second. This is the right place. Yeah, I guess I just did it too late. I must have done it too late. It must have gone into the second, I think I had to do it instantly. Let's try that again. There we go. It's doing it now. I guess I think I got it right at the end of the, I got it right at the end of the statement. That might be one.
Gotcha!
Currently cross-examining Margie. Why should you be uncertain? Me, uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. See, there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Maria, are you indeed protecting someone? It's not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I did not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamiroir, you're protecting, and then we're gonna do Match's profile.
Take that!
And then that's fine. That's fine too. That's fine as well. Yeah, nothing until we get to the next cross-examination. Or are you protecting our Matchy? That's where you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. Don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Just realized now, this is taking we technically started this, thing in the middle of the, well, right at the end of the trial, so we had to do a little bit at the end of the trial, we had to do an entire investigation segment, and we have to do the thing, and it's already been over 3 hours. So we're definitely not going to be able to finish the game today, I don't think, considering, usually, like, the last couple of cases end up being really long. But if you didn't do it, really, I trust you. You've lied to us twice. Now you have Lamiroir lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Two lies cover a simple truth. If you understand English, you have to. Is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First you can see, now we can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamiroir. No, I did not. It's quite a surprise. How many secrets does this witness hiding? This is last. Marty, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting! I did no shooting! So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Matchy went into the dressing room, Mr. Trucy had already been shot. And then, we came to the door. Panel high up, I take off. Run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air then. If the prosecution has upheld it along, no less. The defendant is admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
Objection!
No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that out to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say about this? He's climbed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. Where's this cocoon anyway? The cocoon. The silk is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Matchy, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. Cocoon has to have something to do with this. Archie, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, airforehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other cause but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Alright, recess time. So it's not the end. It's not an end to the case, but we have to take a recess to be able to, sort everything out. Apollo Eustace. It's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. Archie claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice. But gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. What, you're saying you went into the dressing room? And found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? That's true. So you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots. You escaped through the air vent. I know. What do you know? I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Yeah. Oh, that's the point there. How did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that signed the hole or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Archie didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? Supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots. That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Although you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? Sure you won't testify, Manchi? No talking, no. Well, if it's worth it was worth a shot. That cocoon. Can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Bogini. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking a cocoon from Bogini is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? Once you won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Alright. Who else can we get to testify? We're still nowhere close to figuring out what we have to figure out, though. I don't think. I feel like this is going to be like a two-part trial, or like we're gonna once we've declared once we get him like cleared of something, we're gonna have to. So July 10, 11:28 a.m. District Court, court number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? The defendant will not testify. What? Shame, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. Defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Different angle? If Matthew won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case. Lamiroir. Lamiroir?
Objection!
Yeah, how's all this gonna work? What are you up to now? Thought we determined yesterday that Lamiroir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamiroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. I've heard no such reports. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill Lamiroir? Can you think of a reason? Well, look at how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It's the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that it is what you were saying? Namely that there is a nugget of truth in Lamiroir's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. Lamiroir is attacked. This has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. Court will hear Lamiroir's testimony once more. Okay, so I think this is the same testimony as last time. If it is the same testimony, then I don't need to press it again, because we've already got all the information, I think. Lamiroir, I must apologize. I must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. Know that Machi is innocent. I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. Told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. The voice belonged to Diane Crescent, yes? This is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. You couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. I have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice. Don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. It seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear them out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Okay. Let's keep going. This might be different, actually. It's on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I know I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in something. Everything I have said here is the truth. And it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamiroir was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Paulo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. So this one is it's the same stuff, because she already mentioned about the cost of the actual thing. So we want to press the second statement and then say what we're talking about, and then we present the trigger on that, and then the headset. So this one we actually already heard this. We already heard this testimony. We just didn't get to actually do anything with it. So press this. Diane Crescent. Did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him, because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Well, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't go anywhere. She's right, maybe there's a different angle I can try. What were they talking about? Or did you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? So please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I'm afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. Who I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Diane Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? The shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche? So it was quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? Yeah. So, now we... Small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. So now we, present the evidence that we had for the... We present the remote trigger. So that would be the switch.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. If there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. It certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? Problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. Stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamiroir heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh yeah, forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamiroir's dressing room. Not to mention that the Governors were in charge of the middle of the concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message from someone on stage from the dressing room. That's where we use the headset.
Take that!
And we know that it works because of the transmission, 30 feet for the transmission. Scooter Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Was that... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, if we're talking between band members, we all have one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electric signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. And Lamiroir said it was 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Oh, I'm seeing it now. I wasn't seeing the stuff with the stage, because, you've got the two dressing rooms down below and then the stairs up to the area, and then, you can see the piano and the drum set and stuff. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. But the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lamiroir heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this switch is in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? The shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Sure, this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? You don't even know that basic fact. Actually, do I have anything else I have to do after this? We presented the headset. We know about the igniter, so that would be what it would be. Igniter's next. And then... Okay. Do you know what the switch is? If you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes the case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? You know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah. Well, think of it when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Oh, Mr. Justice? You have no further information to share concerning the switch. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? Been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set up on linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? It would be... the igniter. So we already confirmed that the switch, when pushed, did suffer the igniter. Although there was 2 igniters, which is what the weird part is. Scooter Gavin, you remember this? That's... Then what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switches the remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. My whiskers are caught on fire? Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't it suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. Your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Isn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. The guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. Got it in Bohemia from Lamiroir. You said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these 2 things together. There's being the shooter's voice, heard by Lamiroir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the button. I'll press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Oh, it does seem to make sense. Well, something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. Guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Mr. Gavin? This simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. Indeed, the shooting happened during the 3rd set. The 2 were utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense.
Objection!
Sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? Glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the 3rd act.
Objection!
What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Matchy was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. Next morning, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act. During the battle performance, the second act. Order! 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 That goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. But what is supposed to come after the fire? You're thinking about it the wrong way. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. A little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. The reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Of course, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have to have come after the fire, after the guitar burst into flame. It therefore had raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to the point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery of? Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order! 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 That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of the events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
So hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. Giving us a reason why the killer following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. Or it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Airfoid. One I've pointed out several times on this. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. After Lamiroir heard a voice through it. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact. But you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamiroir's testimony is my entire case. The voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch? Near the crime scene, we have a switch. Which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. Last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? See, more direct line of questioning is required. The crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. That window was closed. Can you tell us how Lamiroir heard the voice? Key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and only one thing only. Lamiroir heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamiroir able to hear the voice? The window was open. She has divine healing, or she was somewhere else. Well, we already are saying that the window wasn't open, so that is incorrect. divine hearing is also incorrect because if she had divine hearing, that would be a thing, and then so she would have to be somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it. Had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Hey, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Boginian, too. So I was saying, Lamiroir could hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me, sir. Indeed, I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. So they interpret for you, F-word. Lamiroir clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. Ah, I know that. Look, he wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamiroir heard the voice from another location. So just show us where this location was. Lamiroir heard the voice from here. The only other place that could hear a voice going through would be the vents. Because the vent is technically the vent would be accurate. So I think it's the vent. Because there's only the small window, which can't be that. It has to be the vent.
Take that!
Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice? State of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society. I didn't ask you to point out a window of society. I want to... Wait, what? Huh? Hang on. I did this! It says, present the air vent on the diagram. She was up there... Uh-huh? I got a penalty for that. How? How did I get a penalty for that? It told me to present that. Was I not directly on it? Is that why? No points for trying. Lamiroir claims she had the voice through a small window. Oh, never mind. I picked the wrong vent. I thought it was this. I picked the wrong vent. I'm supposed to pick the other vent here. I picked the wrong vent. I picked this because I thought that was okay. I picked the wrong vent. I forgot that I could change the scene here. Okay, so it's this vent. Should be this. This is where Lamiroir heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Somehow that stopped up. I assumed it was the same thing that we could have done. She said she's a Boginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Objection!
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamiroir was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. Unfortunately, I'm not. Even though I lost points for that, lost health. There's not like a trophy for anything to do with that. We don't get any bonuses for it, I don't think. I was still correct in my assumption though, because the vent was, I did select the vent, and I guess I just went and did the wrong one. It's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, F-word. Okay, what about it? It isn't logical. It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamiroir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. Explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamiroir? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? I admit, it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. Why should that mean I could not hear through it? Fear that prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Problem here is words. Lamiroir, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up higher on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. Like, there we go. So it was just a matter of, like, us getting confused between, like, we called them windows, but she could have said vent and still meant the same thing. Nurse, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact it was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it could become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. But sure, I can't. May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this one. Okay, the reason why she's there is because of the, what was I gonna say? She is there because of the, what's it called? She's there because of the magic trick. Because remember she mentioned about being sworn to secrecy. So, it's got to do with the actual trick. That's why she's in the vent. Yeah, that would make sense. So I want to present the videotape on the fourth statement, and then press the fourth statement, and yeah. Bound to secrecy. My line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. Just say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. Don't witness the crime, you misunderstand. Only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for. F word. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Can I do it, Paula? To find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Alright, so, before I continue with this, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in a second to continue with more of this. So let me just get this sorted out. Okay, so mute the sound for the game, turn the audio on, and mute the microphone. Alright, we're back. So it looks like we're about to, well, once we get through this testimony here, we just have to, well, we have a few things to do, but I think this is the first trial that we're doing. This actually might be the first case that goes for 3 days. Like with 3 trials, because, well, technically this is day 3 for the trial, but it's like we're getting 2 parts of this trial on the thing. I believe this is the statement. Which one is this actually? Where's the log? History? Above the ceiling. This is when we've got to present the videotape. So this one we present the videotape, and then the other one we press the full statement. So we can also put everything back. Alright, I think everything's back to normal.
Hold it!
Above the ceiling? To be more specific? I cannot. To do a bad to secrecy. Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I did not say anymore. Sound like it was so doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of it just by asking.
Hold it!
A small window, you mean the air vent? I only remember I need to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Started, I crouched and listened. That's when I heard the voice come from Diane's voice. Knew something terrible happened, yet.
Hold it!
So without a word, you just let the 3rd set start? If the curtain closed for the 2nd set, there was just much to do. Could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. See that the point in badgering the witness, what's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why I've lost my voice in the middle of the show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice, if only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamiroir to talk. Crushing her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. So you can press that one, but presenting is what we do. At the gunshots during the 2nd set, during your performance. Quite sure. Where would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. You never told us why. I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? I'm talking, Apollo. What do? We just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if we can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. How are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up there above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. Got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is alright. It's just a name after all. It was Valiant Gramarye. Perhaps you know him. Valiant Gramarye? What? You mean Uncle Valiant? What? Valiant Gramarye? Who's Valiant Gramarye? The Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamiroir is bound to secrecy. It's gonna take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? So, videotape here.
Objection!
Lamiroir, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Guess it's all right here in this video. I'm still not sure how she was able to get... Like, you didn't even see her move at all in the stage. I was like, you can see her in the background there, Clavier, just trying to put out the guitar. As you can see, Lamiroir was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamiroir was incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the explanation is that she was hidden from view. During that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Hello. What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets. And it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. How was it possible? It's only 20 seconds between when she disappeared and reappeared. She couldn't have moved that fast. Something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? Because his concert, his show, he knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage. It goes from the stage. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Okay, I see what they're doing. So she was on stage, it got lowered, which we didn't see, which is weird. Then she would have had to have crawled through the thing to go onto the bigger platform and come back up. But yet, I still don't know how she did it because you didn't see a platform move at all. Well, Lamiroir's testimony from yesterday. It's on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. Perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamiroir knew of this because of her part in the illusion. She wasn't the only one who knew. She's now in the lobby. Machi told me something. I know if I open event, I can leave stage and backstage. You said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, but I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why you banned Lamiroir to secrecy. Well, Lamiroir? I am impressed, Mr. Attendant. Archie was right about you. So, what does that mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling? I did. Oh, that's that. I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before? Yeah, this is the part that confused me as well. How did she do it? You know, there was very little time between when she disappeared and then reappeared. I would agree, because like she had to basically like, and then she also was already there, and you didn't see the vent. Which I would say is a good question. So there has to have been a way that they did that. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lamiroir was able to teleport like you did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamiroir who isn't going along with the program here. As I have said it before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Alright, so we've got to press the fourth statement here. So justice will be your job to bring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Follow the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waiting. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. So what managed to say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamiroir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. Figured it out already? I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. Can't reveal another magician's secrets? Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Alright, press all the statements except for the fourth one. How did you, proceed along this route? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to be walking. Tell the truth, Lamiroir. You've rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? What a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That bench was much too small for vehicles. It's a tight fit, even I had to crouch as I walked. I can't imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. It wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part. Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show?
Hold it!
Did everyone in the concert start know about the trick? Not all, only a few that would need it to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
Hold it!
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. It's a bad show if I do say so myself. It's like Valent for you, the old grammar retouch. From the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How was that possible? It's a part I didn't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. Skip this one.
Hold it!
And it was Diane's voice you heard. Yes, I am certain it was him.
Objection!
Made it best left for lady, huh? Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first.
Objection!
Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Important smortons. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. Are you trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo? Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. Contradiction between Lamiroir's testimony and the video. Revealing an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling. If you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine.
Hold it!
2 minutes. This can be done in 1 minute if you were running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, so I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamiroir disappears in the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? From my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in the video. Well, Mr. Justice? Perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and our testimony. Evidence explain the discrepancy. We should have evidence. We want to present the brooch, and then just press the statement. Okay. Then we move on to the next thing. One piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between between video and testimony. It's the brooch.
Take that!
Lamiroir, do you happen to remember this brooch? The brooch. You saw that yesterday, did you not? It's found at the scene, Your Honor. You're bringing this up now? Why? Thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. Hang on 1 second. Before we continue with the musical performance, we need to give a shout out for the raid. So thank you for the raids, Rodden. Hope that you're winning in World War Z. I've been enjoying you, watching you play that. Welcome everyone from their stream. We're almost through the. Well, we've got to still expose the killer. We're getting close. I think at the moment we're basically just now just got to have him confess, which will happen in the next part. I do a lot of Plat playthroughs, what we're doing right now, Switch games, what's his name, Plat reaction videos, speedruns, all sorts of stuff. We are currently, going through our musical performance right now, and trying to, figure out how they did a magic trick as well. So, a bit later. Oh, she doesn't have the brooch on. That's probably what it is. Yeah, she does have the brooch. Brooch, it's gone. Brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. That might explain it might have fallen off during the, it might have fallen through the vent, perhaps. That's the only reason I can think of that it would actually work that way. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamiroir we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamiroir we see after are two different people. Brooch was found on this floor. The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. Not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Mariah, tell me. Did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? The very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case here, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right, there was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamiroir was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamiroir? By the man by the illusion, Balin Gamari. It's Grammary? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one. I get one thing. Switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this, fake Lamiroir is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain that, Maria. You love the anime to this? I haven't, watched the actual anime. Is there, when you say that there's an anime, is the anime based on the, is it unique? Or is it based on the actual, cases that we see in the game? I've not seen the anime before. Yeah, I've never actually seen the anime before, so I wouldn't know. I know that there was a live action movie in Japan. There was a live action movie in Japan, I remember, that they did for this, but I haven't seen that either. But I like these games, they're very good. Yes, do tell. Add it to your testimony. Okay, have to keep singing even when I'm... so this is the last thing we have to do for this part. Press the same. I'd have to have a look at it. I haven't, I knew that there was some animated stuff, but I haven't watched anything, so it might be based on, this is a different character, so that's the issue. Phoenix Wright is, this is Apollo Justice's game, so he only, this is a little bit different. We don't play as Phoenix in this. Phoenix is in the game. Phoenix is in this game, but he's not a playable character. He's in it, though. You might see him pop up. This is a trilogy of games. This is the first of the new trilogy. So you have the original trilogy, which were all on, all done. They were all mostly Phoenix, and then this one. Yeah, there's a lot of games. There's a trilogy of Phoenix's games. This is Apollo Justice and then 2 more Phoenix Wright games. There's 2 of them that are based 100 years prior. There's the Edgeworth investigation games. There's even a crossover game between Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. But yeah, the crazy plot twists in every episode being a case is basically what this is here. Each game has so many cases, and there's always a lot of crazy like plot twists between all the different requirements and stuff. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff. So if you like I guess I'll check out the anime. But if you ever if you like the anime, you might like the games. They're not voiced, but they are very fun too. All of the games are available on, I think, every platform. Switch, PC, PS4, Xbox. I think they're available everywhere. Yeah, they're available everywhere. The only game that hasn't been released yet is the crossover between the Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton game. Every other one has a, either is coming out, there's one coming out next month, or they're already out. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go, it's the same darkness? But yeah, you should be able to find them all, on, well, I guess it depends on what you prefer playing on. You can play them on console. What's the hardest case you've come across so far? This is only case number 3, so this is probably the hardest one, because it's been the longest. Hardest case in the entire series is the, there's a... It's probably one of the last cases in one of the games, because it's just a lot of things to remember. They do give you a lot of clues. You get a lot of clues, you get a lot of, you know, you can ask for hints and things like this, so there's a lot of help, I would say, but, yeah, nothing that's like... If you read all the evidence, if you press every statement, if you talk to as many characters as possible, you'll probably get there. They can be a little bit difficult. Some of them, I would say, are not possible without some sort of guide. That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? We're singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the scene of the crime. Yeah, I would say this is the hardest case in this game, but that's just because I haven't finished the game yet. I've not played this trilogy. Hardest from the original was, probably... trying to think now. Case 4 from the first game, or Case 5 from the first game, probably. A lot of the end cases, I would definitely say, because there's usually like 3 trial sections. The idea is supposed... I think the further along the game you go, the harder the case is supposed to be. Some of them are blatantly obvious of who the culprit is, though, that's the issue. Like, this one here, they kind of hinted at it at a certain point, so... What, he means that old speaker, Paulo? Speaker? Weirdest case. Okay, so in this game, the first case was Phoenix was accused of killing a, someone in a poker game. Second case was, a member of the Yakuza was getting framed for murdering somebody, and this case here is a murder at a concert, and but there's the cases themselves aren't really... Well, the cases are weird. It's more the characters, I guess you would say. They usually tend to follow a theme, though. Usually someone who's the last case is usually someone who's involved with the prosecution. Or, like, the law in some way, because I think a lot of these games are supposed to be more about, like, this is why law is bad when people are corrupt and things like this. I can't really think of the weirdest case. I can also think of, like, characters that are really wacky. Like, you've got really wacky characters that are over the top. Especially when they get found out. Just monitoring the stage from this room. Weirdest character? This game's had, let's see what we've got. We've got... So... All of the one thing you should remember, all of the prosecutors in each of the games are usually characters. So, the prosecutor in this game is a leader of a rock band. He does air guitar solos, which match with the music. One of the other prosecutors in the games, he only drinks 18 cups of coffee in a... He only drinks he drinks exactly 18 cups of coffee every time he's prosecuting. No more, no less. He throws the coffee cup at you, he spits out his coffee all the time. We've had a prosecutor that whips the judge. We've had people that have, like, done stuff with food. There's a bunch of wacky characters. There's too many to name, honestly. Like, if you've ever played the games, then you would absolutely know which ones are the best ones. What's also crazy is how some of them have actually done all this stuff. But this one here, it's like, magicians and stuff. Yeah, the coffee guy is really funny. Especially when he throws the coffee at Phoenix, and then you see the next scene, and Phoenix is just covered in the coffee, and he's just drenched in it. Pops in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct thing. But yeah, this guy here, I would say he's the weakest prosecutor so far, but he does like a lot of he does like a guitar solo, an air guitar solo while he's doing stuff. My request actually. Lamiroir singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lamiroir singing over the speaker. It's kind of hard to like pinpoint everything. You really have to like see it for yourself and then be like, yeah. The characters are very, very wacky though. The judge, even the judge is a character. Like, there was a prosecutor in one of the games where he just, like, clicks his fingers and he just tells the judge, hey, can we wrap this up now? Like, can we go to the verdict? And the judge is just, like, he doesn't know what to do and he just starts wrapping the verdict up before anyone even starts testifying or anything. You've got to convince, you know, her voice was hidden by her voice. It's like those kinds of wacky moments. There's just so many of them. Just remembered something. You tell. You heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so you stopped singing. Forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. Not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you. Also, he always calls us forehead, and makes fun of our hairdo. That's the other thing as well. If characters are making fun of us, it's always about our spiky hair. Mixing. Machine Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this? I'd forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Also, like, a lot of insider references as well. So this rock band is the rock band that we're dealing with. All of the members are in important parts of law enforcement. So the prosecutor is the guitarist, and another character is a part of the is a criminal affairs detective. And there was all these references to the police. They had police uniforms and things like that. Song does stop there. Oh, the courtroom, that was just to play so, if I go here, we're investigating a concert right now. There's a concert that happened, so we're trying to figure out how she disappeared. Look at the lyrics sheet, top of the second verse. There was a murder that happened during a concert. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. But you've got to keep in mind these games were made for the DS, so this is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. Happened during the second, during Lamiroir's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Dying Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. I don't know if they need to necessarily bring the DS back. I just think that, like, make new games, but do them for the Switch. Like, the Switch is a perfect, portable console. Like, that's the cool thing of the Switch. It's like, you can pick up the Switch, play it portably, put it into the dock, play it on your TV. They need to make more of these games. That's what I think they should do. Like, wouldn't a fully voiced Phoenix Wright game with, like, these type of graphics it would still work. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Airforehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamiroir's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
Because that's the other thing with the DS, is that, so the Switch is only one screen, but the Switch's screen itself is touchscreen, so you can still do touchscreen style games with the DS on the Switch, and then you just get the updated graphics of the Switch, and you have a console that can be put into your TV, you know, via the dock, and play portably, without needing to. Because that's the issue with a lot of the other portable devices. So the portable PlayStation, the PS Portal or whatever it's called, in order to use it correctly, you need to have turned your PlayStation on and put the game into the console, and then you play the game portably, but you've got the console on. It beats the purpose of having a portable device if you've got to still have the console being on. They for some reason, they didn't do that. What I'm saying is that the truth is yet not. And also, a lot of those AAA mobile games are flopping. Like, I think the Assassin's Creed Mirage phone game flopped. The Resident Evil Biohazard game flopped. So a lot of these iOS and Android versions of these games just aren't. They don't sell. TV directly from the man himself. Man, you don't mean... Though he is a friend and band member, Daya Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. Someone with a new perspective on this case? As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Daya Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good as time as any to pause for a brief recess. Execution will summon the witness. Have him here and be ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Alright, we'll get to save now, because we're going into, saving... Okay, July 10, 1:40 PM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. Right in the middle of Lamiroir's performance. Reason why she was in that air vent. And that switch in the flaming guitar. When you look it all together, that's what you end up with. Knew you had what it took. Hey, there he is. There's Phoenix. Obviously, Phoenix is different. Phoenix has lost his attorney's badge. There's a case that he lost the attorney badge 7 years ago, so we still haven't figured out exactly what's happened there yet, but we'll, Mr. Rain. You believed in me? Not really. Huh? Just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? I haven't been coming to the office at all. Now, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean, like, you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. And no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Why do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Leaving? Oh, one more thing before I go. Good luck. Right. Yeah, this case has taken me 4.5 hours to get through, and we already did, like, the first, it's taken me 4.5 hours to get through this, and I've already done, I did the first day of investigation and most of the first, trial, last stream, so this is a long case. Is that all you came to say? You have things pretty much under control? You'll get Machi, to buy you off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but... You're after that detective, aren't you? Diane Crescent? Might be easy proving he did it. Yeah, that is true. We still haven't started investigating that as of yet. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. What about all the proof? Brooch, the switch. Piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But the sultry songstress is lying. The case smells like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do? Like I said, look. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Reminds me. I have something to give you from my detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are these, Daddy? They look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. And also the fragrance revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something. What the ones kids are into these days. This fragment's found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments added to the court records. Okay, found at the crime scene bearing gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker. Check that out. So for me, I suppose. Let's check the evidence. So you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same. Really? I had no idea. What, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Anything else that's around? No? Guess we continue then. So you're up to the verdict? Maybe. Right. If a man has an igniter inside him... Excuse me? Find Giant Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? Guess we'll just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. Almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10, 1:55 PM, District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Gavin, where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Diane was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs. Division 3. I love these anonymity. I wish I was as good as an artist as like some of these emote people are. Like, I want to make good emotes, but at the same time, I am a terrible artist. I am an absolutely terrible artist. I will try, though. But it's guitar playing, it fires my imagination. It's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Oh, and not airfoiled. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Diane Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Diane Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. Gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. Situation changed, Diane. Don't call me partner. So much for old friends. See what you're doing, Diane. Pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we do. Let's hear your testimony. We begin with your response to Lamiroir's testimony. In fact, do you have anything to say about it? Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be natural pastime in Bohemia. Wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Alright. So the fourth state I'm going to present the fragments, and then the mixing board. Diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Did the Dave Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamiroir's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong. Dig what she's doing, trying to protect the kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Dalian. Look, all I'm saying is, got a reliable witness. Want to listen to the detective. Detective Sky, I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lamiroir's testimony alone. To find some other way to prove it, to prove when the shooting took place. Alright, so we need to present the burnt fragments on 4, but we need to press everything else first. As we do. Don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? Saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, hello, glared back at him. Couldn't help it, I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent? Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Hello, chin up, back straight. You're wilting. This guy's hard as nails. It makes Walker look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. Weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of that all by himself. Dalian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. See if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamiroir's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. Now I need proof. You know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah? It was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? Mixing board proves what? Proves there was a mistake in the song? Miscue? So she just flubbed it up, big time, that's all. She spins the story about a gunshot to protect the kid, go for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her. She wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Dalian, watch what you say. Lamiroir is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation from a performer of her caliber. She got to you, alright? I can see it in your eyes. Tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. Taking a rift in the governor's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. If you ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story, the drop of a pick. So this one we have to present, but we're going to do that later. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard him too, right? We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Guess you and Lamiroir got the same excuse then. You know one thing for certain here. It was gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third act. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. I actually heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter that kid wants you to think. I want you to think the diva heard me in that room. Back to relying on Lamiroir's testimony. As much as I am enjoying the Dalian and Foyed show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. That means the Gavin and Dalian show's cancelled. Neither of your claims can be proven. Or disputed. You could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Mr. Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without further facts. Any facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Lamiroir as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. Seems This is tough, so what do we do? Got a few ideas. Just need to find another way to prove it. It didn't happen the way you said it did. So we want to pick the option 4, presents the burnt fragments. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. And then, yeah, mixing board. What things? First was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. One more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not like a tire, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. You have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning, before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Diane as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. Let's raise another possibility. There's gunshot-like sounds during the third set. Could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Got an active imagination, don't you? Shouldn't say every little thing you think. Explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when 2 witnesses came walking by, huh? That's right. Diane was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would you know someone was backstage right then? Firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear. Get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Diane is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. Kind all of the band and the staff members were wearing. This up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even if you were out on stage. Which side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Diane. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, F-word. A question for you. For me, the igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still not close to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. We've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell them. I want you to prove the thing that went down in the second act. Well, the piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, you can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice? Can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. Better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. Can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. It's gonna be easy. Need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see a proof. The proof is, the mixing board.
Objection!
Seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamiroir's song. Song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamiroir's voice included. But what does this prove? According to Lamiroir's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you surprised to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? You forgotten, Diane? We're all wearing these headsets. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamiroir's headset would have picked up what she heard over the sing. And let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Lamiroir stopped singing when she heard shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Okay, I guess this is where we have to do the music thing. So what we want to do is mute everything, and then just hear the song get played all the way through. Alternatively, you can present the mixing board on the third save and do the steps regarding the mixing board, then present the burnt thing. So yeah, we're nearly at the end of this case, actually. So let's see if we can hear it first of all. I'm gonna listen to the whole way through just to see if there's anything we can pick up on. I was gonna say the only thing I could pick up on was like because last time I listened to the entire song, and then at that point I then decided to mute everything one at a time to hear it, but because this takes so long to do, I guess we can, let's just do it like how I would normally do it anyway. Let's see what... I'm fairly certain I know what I'm supposed to be hearing. I did hear something in the second verse. There, that sound. So I knew I did hear that during the thing, I just didn't need... So what's the solution supposed to be? It's this one, but it's like the second frame. So I guess that was what they meant, hearing that actual, like, that sound wasn't one of the instruments. So I guess it was just, when we played it the first time, we then would have heard that extra additional sound, so that wasn't picked up before. So I think that's what we're supposed to do. Because I know that I definitely heard that sound while I was in it, but I didn't know which sound thing it was, so I think this is how I present it. It should be the first one in the second thing, because I can't go any further, so I think that this is how we present it.
Take that!
I want to listen closer to this part. This is the track with Lamiroir's vocals. There you go. There's that sounds like a gunshot. Yeah. So I guess it was just chance, because like if I would have played the entire song to see if I heard anything, but then I would have then had to have muted each individual segment anyway to see which one was the one that picked up the actual noise. Sounded like a gunshot. There has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set. It means Lamiroir's testimony was true. Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard. It's the other man speaking, not Mr. Letus. Well, what did I say? It's over. Press the speech now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. Why did he only hear one gunshot on the recording? What, 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamiroir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must have not been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. Then as she passed over the dressing room, gun fired again. Mr. Trucy's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again I am reminded of something. A performance that day. A performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Airfoyed. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Actun. My Og won't start, my guitar is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp and on top all off someone's dead. And then there was this performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Diane. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, What? Professor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Letus's 45 caliber handgun. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. Kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because you heard him shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. No, amateur. Standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much dearer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Letus. Which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? I thought that occurred to me, yes. Oh, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent? What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? Got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. You have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I wait for this case, Gavin, I really do. Pull up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. Didn't shoot that manager. That's the obvious truth. Witness has a point. Defense's argument, while persuasive but not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. So now we want to present the replica on the second or fifth statement. So we'll press everything first. And then, do one at a time. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? Want a reason? Easy. Got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know a manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, it is the case that Mr. Latus had not been to our country before. According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. So, second or fifth statement, we present the replica.
Hold it!
Manager, sure, but Mr. Latus was... Oh, right. Sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? Just had trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? Not a very good one, seeing as he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. That's the same for Marchie. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he travelled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it.
Hold it!
Don't you're a detective of international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, still could have met him prior to the concert. We don't take any international trips in international affairs. That's right. Well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international... See, me and Plane's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences there for you, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair.
Hold it!
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert. Fraternize? Ha! I don't think we exchanged a single word. If anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now, the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see...
Hold it!
Sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing one out of your white accusations? I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Yeah, forehead. Perhaps it's best if you let your evidence to the door. Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive, question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. So we're going to present on probably the fifth statement. It doesn't matter which one. Present the replica on the fifth statement.
Objection!
Then the next one we present the newspaper article on the third or the fourth statement. And then, yeah. I want to take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Tinted Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon, never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Bohemia. Nowhere else. Right, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Deuce, does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. Cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. Curative? For what? Apparently it is most efficacious at treating a disease through thought incurable. It's the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these alien cocoons out of Bohemia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, then why not share it with the world? Yeah, what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It was quite the commotion in the global community. Though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One regularly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. Victim, Roman Latouche was an Interpol agent. At present, you insist on referring to him as manager. That is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. Is that what you're trying to say? Saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony. About this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. No way am I going to risk life and limb. Just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol lists. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something. I'm gonna find out what. Okay, so I'm gonna present on the third and the fourth statement of the newspaper article, but we'll press everything first. Memo, that's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. Good to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never even heard of them. Lamiroir knew about them, though not their use. And the report indicates that there are ongoing effects to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. And I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. Could say people like me know about them are a minority, yeah? That includes everyone in international affairs, man. Everyone in Interpol too, for that matter.
Hold it!
So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche. All over the world, likely, deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffling through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that
Hold it!
dangerous. Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're a part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed.
Hold it!
Wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. You'd turn your forward into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too. So try it there again. Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. I want to check what the actual, does the newspaper article actually talk about? Oh, it's about the value of it. That's why we do it. Just why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? Someone was trying to... Down, Diane. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol and Bulgarian customs are watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that Diva says. Why I order... Order what? You want some of this? Gee, both of you. Let's do this good, yeah? Screw cool, I want this guy's head on a stick. Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. So I will present on this article, I think.
Objection!
Hey, clues liar. Everyone in the black market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keys to goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's... Deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. Not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... The witness is a detective. He would have contacted the Chief Justice. You are saying... Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why had it been an international scandal? It's the Detective President's insurance. If whoever got out, the one with his neck on the line, would be the Chief Justice. Detective President, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me, anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? Very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell? Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Beginning Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. So he added a thing to this now. Actually, no, he added 3 different points. So on, it says present the guitar on the first or last of the given statement. So that means that these last 3 are fine. And then present the profile. Getting Customs very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked out. possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of here, I'd sure like to know. Alright, so press all these statements, because there's 3 of them. Usually there's only just the one. So how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Bulgaria, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous fop. So any of these 3 statements we can present what we're looking for. It's pretty extreme. He has his rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Bulgaria is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned we are about these cocoons. As a situation, you're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the foul smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing. Purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. Replica has to be the key to this motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he's up to. Okay, present, the... guitar. Yes, the reason why we present the guitar is because remember what Gavin said. He said that the guitar was custom made, or custom like wrapped. They wrapped it in like a special film. And it was not checked because it was in like crime scene color or whatever thing, so it was not touched. Yeah, it's definitely getting better. Today's been a good day, I would say. I've had a few raids from several people already today, so it's looking good. Need to get my number back up again because I was at I've gone down to 2.4, so I need to push that back up a bit higher so I can get that to the 3. So I'm so close. When may you get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? I'm a prosecutor. Prosecutor? You don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it you told me yesterday at your office? It's a beautiful instrument. It's played lovingly for many years. How close are you, by the way? Because, obviously you only need to reach the average as well, but you had like 6 people in yesterday's stream, so you must be getting fairly close as well to your affiliate goal as well. Guitar befitting a woman like Lamiroir. How did it end up here? Mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night. She made a present of it. This guitar is from Bulgaria? That it is. Couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. Say, we vacuum packed it in Lamiroir's studio. Used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to the office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched. Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Bulgaria. That was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, would have been very easy to use a guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Bulgaria? What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory there for you. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. I love the music. This is like, I think, the music that plays when you have presented, like, decisive evidence to, I think this is the music that plays when you've got the decisive evidence to say, to put the person away. It's a way to get a cocoon out of the country. You can use Picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. It'd be better to do that than someone with access. Like a member of the band. Order! 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 So the igniter. It's placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. There's a safety precaution. Precaution? Yeah, forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamiroir's ballad, if you please. Okay, we're gonna get the other... First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. Key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. Things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped, I should say. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche? So Latouche, the undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to explain the guitar himself. If the cocoon was confiscated, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames. The cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Latouche died. With Lamiroir there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Such a present. Gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up study, it makes a great deal of sense. Dying. Public and Bohemia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. Sure you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a beginning accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamiroir heard proves it. It's over, press the switch now! Made this transmission from backstage. Well, your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. Be warned. With great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? We want to say Matchy.
Take that!
By yelling at the judge. And then we want to basically say we can prove it with the mixing board. That person is the defendant, Machi Tabaya. Mr. Justice, he's your client. Defense attorney accusing a client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I am. but I'm here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Bulgarian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamiroir? Couldn't it be? Well, you seem sure of yourself. Reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Call that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamiroir was in the air vent. Right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Oh, looking at this, seems that Lamiroir still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamiroir stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamiroir's position in the air vents. Yeah, it would have been out of position. Well, Detective President, what do you have to say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. Don't tell me he has a way out of this. How are we going to explain the, see what they end up saying? Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. Losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Diane? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Can you explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, you'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Again, I think we have to listen to it, like, separately to figure out where supposed to pick out. Seems to be the problem there. The piano sounded just fine. That's the problem. Man, you still don't get it. Yes, I suppose it's that switch if he's playing. Got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. According to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Her accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. They couldn't even press a switch. Yeah, I get the feeling we're gonna have to use the mixing board again to use. We're gonna have to use the mixing board again to figure out what we're doing. And hear the specific sound or something different. Piano plays non-stop. Couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice? Piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. It's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Well, are you wrong? Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice? If Machi Chibaya didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you came here as. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. Got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. The pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Chibaya the accomplice? Your answer will reflect everything we've seen, everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Well, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you'd better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? Has to be some, there has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd? Wait a second. Thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. So much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? To come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machi Chibaya pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Chibaya pressed that switch? I can prove it. Don't know if you can call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you how, ask you to show us evidence supporting this. And forehead, you sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? We base it on the mixing board, because Clavier heard something. And we have to trust Clavier because he's the musician. Basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Okay, so the fourth one is the... There was something that I did notice that was slightly different. It sounded like it was a harder note. Hear a piano being played. Doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. I think Machi could have played that part with one hand. One hand? Then he needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe, I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. That was just the easy way to prove it. It's always the hard way. How are you gonna prove whether he played with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? It was what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way! Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Archie was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. So it should be the fourth part. So let's mute the entire rest of the stuff because we need to hear the entire song all the way through to the end. Actually, is it? It should be still the same part, right? It should be part 2. Mute all parts, this time leaving the fourth part be, and then present the first segment of the song. Okay, well, we have to hear let's just hear the entire song all the way through. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be the difference. We had to mute everything anyway because it has to be the piano part, which is this part, so that's why I'm saying that. But then it's a matter of figuring out what makes it sound different. Like, I wouldn't know if it was played by one hand or two hand in the first place, but apparently the first part is the actual. Let's hear it again, just to be sure. Yeah, I think that's how you tell. I guess it's because hearing it, the rest of these parts with the piano sound like it. There's more notes and more things, but I mean, I wouldn't have been able to tell this if I was. I'm not musically gifted, but apparently that's how you're supposed to tell the difference between them. I was thinking it was going to have to do with certain things with the notes, because like if you were playing with two hands, technically like you wouldn't be able to reach over and do certain notes at the same time as other ones, so let's just go with what the guy said. So Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. So I'm sure you've realized it yourself, F-word. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? I would have no clue what the actual reason is. I'm assuming that it has to do with certain notes being hit, and because I'm not sure how the piano works. Like, I know that you have certain notes that are on certain sides, so that's the only thing that I could potentially think of it as being as such. If you get what I'm saying, like I could see it being something like if there's heavier notes on the right side and lighter notes on the other one, then it's like if it sounded a little bit differently. Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody part. Oh, phrase, I should say. It's supposed to be out of, it might have been out of sync. Oh, I see that. I see what it means. It's supposed to be a tune. That's how they got it. It's supposed to be but a fleeting melody, and it only played like one. It only played one note. That was what I was supposed to be hearing. I think I was supposed to be matching the lyrics up to the music. Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's just to another section, shall we? Another section. The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. Yeah, I wish I could tell what was happening, but it's really hard to figure it out. Yeah, I think it was just supposed to be like that, where it wasn't played in sequence, like, it was just one note. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and... Oh, that's... Okay, that was what it meant. Yeah. I wasn't thinking that way. You'd have to use 2 notes to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. 2 verses are different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Diane. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. That wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Marchie changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. You know what would actually solve this much easier is if he put the switch down on the ground and pushed it with his foot. That would have also, like, solved this problem. Order! 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 Although I guess maybe they could have then seen it, or he could have done something else. I think there would have been a way to get away with this. I believe this ties all the facts together. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. Don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, F-word. Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can say it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion. Without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the law under our current legal system. Don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think he did already, would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. Truth is staring at us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Paula, remember what Daddy said? Won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Diane Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark would turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. Got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Oh, Mr. Justice, I've come this far without decisive evidence. This won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. You said the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin. Yes, good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. The plan is igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, this igniter's supposed to come and burn me up? It's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better, I'm rather fond of poetry. I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Ed, you are accusing this man, Diane Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Bohemian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run for far too long. I like how he's referencing this now, and yes, this case, I've been doing this case basically for almost 6 hours, and that doesn't include the stuff that we did last stream, so this is a very long case. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, it's the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Diane Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Diane Crescent's plan is, call a witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Diane Crescent's guilt? It would be Matchy. Because of if we can't show the evidence, we can at least ask him to admit defendant Matchy to buy. Your client, again. Matchy Tobias was an accomplice of the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Diane Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It required just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Bohemia, we could burn a cocoon. But a cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar. Very scientific of you. Thus, if Matchy Tobias acknowledges the agreement with Diane Crescent, concerning the attempted smuggling of the Bohemian cocoon, the case is solved. He's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Little key tickler won't advise you anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Bohemian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, and testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Matchy doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Matchy admits to anything, if Matchy admits to smuggling here, hang on 1 second, we have to remove one of these stupid, like, viewer things. I've noticed now that they're doing different, these, viewer bots are now doing different, links. Get rid of it. Let's get rid of this bot. Yeah, I've noticed it, last couple of days. This is the first one I've had in my chat, but I've seen in other chats that these have been starting to appear with different links now. So let's just get rid of it. Should be banned, right? Yep. Yeah, they've started changing their links, the actual link URL. We tried in our courts by our laws. That's why it's like, instead of trying to ban the link or ban the specific thing, I just ban the user, because it's like, well, if they're gonna keep spamming back the whole thing anyway. You get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. I guess there is a better way to do it too, but it's fine. It doesn't take me very long to just click a button to ban someone. In this case, was an undercover Interpol agent. Sure that news has already reached Boginia, and they're likely broadcast their dealings in court today, including the part about the Boginia cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Boginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. Who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Machi Tobias. Cocoon smuggling, your entire operation. Your entire plan, I should say. Machi Tobias knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. Crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. Set you up someplace. Hidden mansion. Real nice. Want a house made out of cookies? No, a house made out of pianos? What is this? What is he doing? He's attacking the court with his pompadour. This is what I mean, like the over the top characters, just like Diane. Consider that my last session with you. We rocked. Guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. It's kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything? Didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning I knew. Situation, I cannot explain, but money, I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing different in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi, Tobias, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Hey, thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job? Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobias. Alright, got the not guilty verdict. When we get there, we get our colored diamond confetti as well. Court is adjourned. Alright, that's case 3 then. Well, still gotta have the post stuff, but... July 10th, 4:42 PM, District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 2. I wonder what will happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Boginia. Guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. I owe you both my thanks. May, is something wrong? Sorry, I actually was your partner on stage, friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. He must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? Still sorry. Do not be sorry. You've given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It's my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamiroir lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She's the landscape painter and sound after all. Paint the two of you, I promise. Can't wait, Lamiroir. Owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wayne. But for what? Why do I need to hurry things along? My secret mission, that is. Right, a secret mission. Apollo, Trucy. Hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. So like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on till it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, Guitar Serenade was a huge hit. Scooter Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Alright, there we go. Case 3 finished. So we can go straight into case 4 as well. Because we can save it anytime. That was a long case. We finished it basically 6 hours. We finished that case at 6 hours, and that didn't include the time that we spent in yesterday's stream, which was an entire investigation portion and like a first trial portion as well. So, Turnabout Serenade. Or Serenade, I should say. Really? Another one? Okay, I'm getting another one of these bots. Yep, see you later. Yeah, they're updating their links now, I guess, so there's going to be more of those coming. I'm not even sure what the requirement is, because I haven't had any of them in several days, and yet today is a day where I have I've had a lot more views recently, so I think it's got to do with that, actually. I think it has to do with the potentially the amount of viewers and stuff that you have. That is the whole truth of this case. Mason system. Okay. I know what this is. Heart rate monitor. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 years. Oh, okay. Is this where everything ties together from the previous crimes? Because they did mention about this. Nothing happens by chance, all is connected. They did mention specifically that there were things that were tied together with the... after the first case. Now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. I guess this is the last chapter? Or the last case? Only 4 cases. Only 4 cases in the game. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? Decision is yours. That's Christoph Gavin. I'm pretty certain. Is that what... Wait, we're investigating more of this? I mean, this makes sense if Gavin is going to be the main bad guy. That makes sense because of it makes sense for Gavin to have that be the case because they did mention all these other cases would tie together, and usually the final person that you face is usually the person that's involved the most with. At least that's how it's been in the other ones. So first game was, second game actually. Second game wasn't. Second game didn't do it. Third game didn't do it. I think Ace Attorney, one of those, the Great Ace Attorney ones, I think did it. Okay, October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Right Anything Agency. Anything new? Hey, Paulo, look on TV. Look. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Oh, look at that. He's the last Lamiroir, right? Amazing. Oh, you should be watching this. What? What? What about our last case in my journal? Where is it supposed to write things in records? Polo, not journals. Why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd for figuring out how Lamiroir is. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. I'm missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. Suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Being right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gavin's concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary Truc Lamiroir is performing for the first time in 7 years. It's gonna be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Lamiroirs. Trucy's father was still alive. He'd be on that stage performing miracles. Got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the magician Valent Lamiroir. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been? Hey there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he had been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here I got a present for you. Hey, pudding, I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. Not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. Gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. Heard of the Juris system, right? Juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. You heard of it, Apollo? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. Juris system, huh? Oh, right, yeah, because, how do I explain the actual area? I believe the actual place that people have dubbed, like, the Phoenix Wright games taking place in is Japanifornia. So, the legal system for these games is essentially an guilty until proven innocent thing. In the previous games, the Great Ace Attorney games had a jury system in it. You had like 6 jurors that you had to convince and pinpoint and do stuff with. In the original trilogy, though, there was no juror system, so Basically what would happen is a murder would happen, and within 3 days the case would have to be over. And so I'm guessing it's a slightly similar thing here, where they have the cases taking place across different like things is what I was trying to say. So it's a similar sort of system where we have to what's it called? The system is similar in the sense of we only have so many days to be able to get someone tried, because the death penalty does exist in this game. Okay, so we just need to talk to Phoenix and also make sure that we do the investigation first, and then we talk to Phoenix. Because we do need to examine everything here first. Plate of plastic spray for display in the shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Have you got that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. Way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. Human body wasn't meant to bend like that. No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. What, was I making a funny face or something? Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it, you guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I was thinking. It's what you're thinking. How'd you do that? Read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? Just in the photo. Is that your... My real daddy? Yep. Zach Grammary. Disappeared when I was little. Hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. See. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Interesting that some of these ones still picked up as being seen. Careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client left the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. So maybe to this. The thing is a death trap. These legal books were left by Memento. Just bet I gave it the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. This would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too. A scary thought. I believe using this cutting a person apart box's shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. Hey, is that a spare? It's exactly like the one you always wear. It's the first rule of being a professional. Be prepared. No, I put it on the other day. This strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic. Or like fingerprint powder. Plant, it intrigues you, doesn't it? But really, it's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. We already knew that his name was Charlie, though. Talk to Phoenix. Jury system. So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Oh, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? Once you get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. There will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Well, you know your stuff, Apollo. Findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more serious, you know. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Mr. Wright. Dr. Wright is Assistant Trucy. And Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot, hey. The secret mission. So what is the secret mission? Jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. Not that bad, am I? Any case, gonna give it a shot. Test if you will. Don't like tests. Take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair. Well, for one, I'll be chair of the jury system simulated court committee. Chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist, candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. It's never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. Trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. Trial simulation, that is. Simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So what kind of case is this trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something serious. True, the case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Can't I say it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. Potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict? For real? It's not a test trial. It's a real trial. All the forms are being filled. There's no turning back now. Trial begins tomorrow at 10 AM. You can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah yes, there was a change this morning. Picked a new case. Something that happened last night. Valent or Grammar? Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. What about this? Trip Grammar Grand Magic Show. Right, the card tricks. What card tricks? The grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. Heaven and earth will shake. So what? There's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. You can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. Can I go by myself? You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with him? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. Hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I trust that smile. You know something that he's not telling me. Hey, now you can take me to the Coliseum. Suppose it wouldn't kill to pop over here. Ah, Gramarine, that reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Gramarine suit? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. And it's Recycle Your Plastics present. Gee, so it's plastic. Given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be a logical thing to do. Gramarine envelope. Envelope from Mr. Wright, do not open until the time is right. Well, considering it's going into our evidence, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to, it's gonna relate to the case. Because why would they tell us, hey, like, don't open it till the time is right? I'm assuming it has to be something to do with our evidence here. It has to be. Absolutely has to be. Envelope about the grammaries, huh? The trial simulation. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, you're going to be defending, aren't I? All goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. We all wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. The difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. Could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. But that's better. You can't talk to anyone involved with the case. How am I supposed to defend? Let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. You don't want it to be backfire, do you? If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright? Recommend going down to the detention center. Client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. You just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. That's it. Talk to Phoenix and we've examined everything here, so we can move to the detention center. Alright, who are we defending? Chapter 7, detention center, visitor's room. It's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than just stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. Always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Is that client gonna be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Oh! Okay, this is our client. Oh, wait a second. This is the person that we saw before. We saw her, like, falling from the thing at the... Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. Tell me who she is. Also, I haven't checked these. We check these just to see if there's anything new. You ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the troupe. Primary Grand Magic Show. It's like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? Can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. You mean I can't go in this? No. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. And then this, it's saying that we can't open it, but there's going to be some reason as to why. You hear, handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. Seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? I never thought of it that way. Let's... It's a silence, it builds suspense. Why don't you go, why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right, okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Wait, she just disappeared. No, she fainted. That might have been what it was. Yeah, she passed out. Because we saw her pass out on the stand. In the preview. This magic underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. I guess we just talk to you. Yeah, we just talk to her and then we get a card. We talk to her and then we get a card and then we go to the studio and... we essentially just go and look around. Well, on your defense, I really think it has to be fate, you know. By fate, I mean destiny. So now I'm good with astrology. Tell me, what's your sign? Can't tell you mine if you'd like. I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. Just got carried away then. Seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Your name? So what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. Apollo Justice. I'm Trucy, right? I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. You're a defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day this tourist was out from out of town and stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask myself directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. But I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? A nail's more important than defense, is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. It's the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card, the name and an address. The name is Vera Michon. The address is for Drew Studio. Vera's card adds to the court record, defendant's business card, the address for Drew Studio. You're giving me this card because... Oh, it looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Okay, let's check out the card. See if there's anything different about it. Pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. It's on the back. Just her name. Seems odd to me. It does. Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait? Or a caricature, and people would remember what you look like, too. It's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Alright, I guess now we just move to the Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Maybe it's the other way around. Tape on the ground there. It's a bit jarring. Yeah, it looks like we found our crime scene. Oh, look at all those paintings. Don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. These paintings are really good for... they look really, really good. Oh, look at this one. It's half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. That's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Drew Michel's paintings added to the court record. Obtained at Drew Studio, only half finished. The rough sketch is still visible. I'm gonna quickly just turn the light on because it is starting to get a bit dark in here. Back in a second. we got 3 different paintings, actually. Yeah, there's 3 different ones. So, portrait, obtained at Drew Studio. That bit in the middle is supposed to be a person. Drew Machado, age 19. My client, apparently, I know nothing other than a name and mailing address. Let's have a look and see what these, if there's anything on these paintings. Oh, what do we have here? It's like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. What should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Okay, nothing new on that. And the acrylic obtained at Drew Studio, an undersea scene in vivid colours. Is that a pufferfish? Oh, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? I've got all these needles, right? What's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. And then landscape obtained at Drew Studio, only half finished, the rough sketch is still visible. Oh, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Looks like it was only half completed. It's funny. The rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you. They do, actually. What's that all about? Nothing on any of the backs of these. Thought I might find you two here. Emma's back. Emma, long time no see. Seems like I run into you guys far too often. But I know why you're here too. Another trial simulation tomorrow? Heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? Don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owned the studio, that is. Mr. Drumisham. Mission? His daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It's funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. I thought we'd take a look around. Just be over here with my snackers. Don't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Okay, we're gonna examine first before we talk to Emma. So, Drew Masham, age 52, painter known for his illustrations poisoned at Drew Studio. Wait a second, that painting looks like the unfinished one, because if you look at the... I can't point to it, but like, if you look at the water on the one on the painting on the right, and then like the greenery, it's like you can see that there's... they look very similar. Just realize that now. There's a painting in the back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow? You didn't want anyone to see it. Certainly seemed pleased by the possibility. It is. So normal. It's hardly something to get mad about. What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this pen look like... Never mind. Let me get a professional opinion on this. Patty answered, court record found it showed notable for the large plum in the foreground. I was going to say it's notable for being very similar to the other... Like, there's your difference. There's your difference between them. So like the bottom part of the picture is mostly the same, but like there's more texture in the ground, more texture in the mountains, and the sky is finished. But Yeah. There must be a reason for this. Found you sure enough the lost plum in the foreground. Okay. Hey, Paula, this painting, I know it. Really? That story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. This giant peach comes floating down. It might possibly be the strangest thing I ever heard. It's Victim's coffee mug. So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. Would hope so. Poisoned coffee, not exactly. Actually. What do you mean? I trusted the poison was found in the coffee. You'll figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Coffee mug added to the court record. The victim's last cup of coffee, the side of the cup reads mission. Doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Anything else that we have to worry about? Doesn't look like it. That's his, signature, looks like. Click on it again? That's a second one. Never mind. I thought we already clicked on this, but there's 2 cups. Imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Pistol already analyzed this. Did the pistol already analyze the? Did the police already analyze this cup too? No trace of poison was found in that cup. The killer was after Drew Misham alone. Well, that's where the body was. But Mr. Drew Mission passed away. The coffee mug to his lips in the next moment. There's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? Must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Wouldn't mind taking a closer look at these paintings. It's love oils. You know how they're so thick? It's you know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paintings are all dry. At least paints are all dry. I'm surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. What's so weird? The sketch part really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. The letterbox looks funny sitting in a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. Well, half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Submission would put his letters in there. Postman took them anyway. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Nothing on the roof. No more paints. No more, no, anything else. Looks like we're done. Let's talk to the victim. This, Drew Mission was some kind of artist. Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. I guess your stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. So it was a standalone painting or something. Is that what she means? It was an odd bird mission. Didn't turn his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? It's always locked up here in the studio, apparently. Something connected to the outside world. It's through letters he put in that mailbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? When was the last time you wrote a real letter? most people use email and stuff these days. Now, Mr. Misham couldn't say technology, it seems. Did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? True Misham's contact with the outside world is empty. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? Suspect, please. Some fingerprints, of course. Actually, I should check the letterbox, see if there's any, oh, it's just a set picture. Only ones found in the room were Mr. Mishem's and Vera's, basically. Basically. Last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. But during the interview, apparently. It's the first interview ever? Tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder. Lieutenant. So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. It kind of gave off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Good luck charm? Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? Why would a shy-young daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. The night of the crime. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. This mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. Just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. Around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee, and suddenly became violently ill. And died. Poisoned him on the night of his interview. Didn't the reporter see? Wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. Just checking some equipment in the back of the room. Oh, there's a second plate. I didn't see that. I have to check that. I have to check that. I didn't see that there was a second place to examine. I better should do that first. Supposedly that's why she didn't notice he was there. So the reporter recalled the police, in fact. But why is she the suspect? I was suspicious of the reporter. The reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. I didn't realize that there was a second area. Let's examine here first. I didn't realize. I guess we'll take advantage of that now. Because there's probably going to be other things I can ask Emma while she's here. What are these paints, Apollo? So many. It's got like 20 kinds of red. You could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Take a close look at this desk here. So this is Drew Mission. This little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. Happy little family. Till you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Ooh, cute! Look at the tiny frame up, Apollo. Tiny is right. The thing's barely 2 inches high. Picture would fit in that. None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. Just doing sitting on the desk. It's a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? Hang on a second. Is that what that is what I thought it was. I was about to say that's a that looked like SpongeGar, and it's like no, that is SpongeGar. That is SpongeGar. I just realized that now. I love that. Yeah, we didn't write a single line. We've been going for a while. Thought that was SpongeGar. It's like it's really funny, yeah. Something about the way that figure is posed. Seen that pose before. Sure, Apollo. So you're making fun of our flamboyant gestures. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Hey, Apollo, what's that feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? It doesn't have a pointy end. It was most likely for swiping detritus off the desk. Well, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. Take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? If I did this wasn't so delicate. Right, looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Just like in this letter. It's from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? Better hang on to this. Red envelope found in the victim's desk drawer appears to have been opened once and resealed. Let's check to see if there's any clues on that. Although, look, it's been opened once here. Right, wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. I'll try to get it open and then stick it back shut. Let's tamper with the evidence, shall we? Got a better idea. Now let's ask her. Not yet. I'm gonna explore all this area first because I didn't even realize it was here until after. What's all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really. Everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready for to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit the rest of the studio. Think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. It's the crime scene, Trucy. This costs like 50 bucks at the magic shop. 50 bucks for a trick coin? Really? Like, that is expensive. Why would you pay so much money for that? Just $50 for a trick coin. It sounds like a massive ripoff. Which is this machine? Is this for painting, Apollo? It would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Nothing else here? Like, this is still highlighted, but it's showing no clues, so... Okay. There mustn't be anything else here that I can examine. I'm being pretty thorough with this. Alright, let's go back to Emma then. Forensic science. But Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. I guess we're gonna do the envelope. I think that's what she probably wants. It's probably what she's after. We've already talked to her a bunch. Seen the hidden painting already. The coffee cup. Coffee cup's being examined. I guess we give her the coffee cup, and then we do another. Already examined everything else, and then give her the envelope and give her the mug. Basically, do a few things. And then we just keep asking her about stuff before we go to the Colosseum. Coffee cup and the envelope, I figured it was going to be those two. Present. And I bet this mug. Pale blue residue on the rim. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. Pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science, I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what, it turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Well, science is amazing. Certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. Try buttering her up, Apollo. This safe flattery will get you anywhere. Something worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Why was this mentioned by? Okay, this was mentioned in one of the things by Clavier, actually, the prosecutor. So I guess that's a poison. I'm wondering why he did that. I'm wondering if that's a reference to something. Usually when these games hint something, they heavily hint at it, I guess. Atroquinine, deadly poison found in the autopsy. Oh no, that's sparking her eyes. She's getting excited, best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Guess what? Recent research has shown. It's fine, really. We don't. I need to know all the gore details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on. Something you want to test, right? Precisely. You find even the slightest trace of poison with this. Want to try it too, Emma? Pretty please. Don't ask twice. Already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Hey, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. What are you doing? Just see if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Okay, so I guess we just we spray the detective region. No, we spray the detection region, I guess, all over the room. Just to see if it picks up on any poison. I'm guessing I have like a bunch of... Should I just randomly go around and just like start spraying things? I'm assuming I'm supposed to spray on the cup, but There's nothing else here that I would think of that would be like... Unless there's something on the paintings that's... Nothing's picking up on my, my screen right now. What am I supposed to be spraying? Unless we can, no, we can't pick evidence. I was gonna say I could spray evidence. Nothing's appearing. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Let me just look up what I'm supposed to do. Where am I supposed to spray? When you get started spray, well, you get a reaction, so... Oh, okay, I guess I'm supposed to just... I guess I'm supposed to just randomly... This is kind of stupid. I'm supposed to just randomly go around and just spray it everywhere possible, and then she'll tell me that I'm doing something incorrectly. Okay, that's kind of silly. Would have been much faster if I just, got the, reaction the first time. Guess we just spray wherever we want to spray and wait until they tell us, hey, like, spray this instead. I'm not sure when they say spray everywhere if it's like, 'cause I can't hold it down. I'm just gonna... This can't be that silly, surely. Unless I have to actually leave the... Where haven't I sprayed yet? Apparently the game's supposed to tell me, hey, you have to spray this or something, and it's like, I think it's because I've done something out of order, maybe. Because it's telling me, hey, spray everything, and it's like, okay, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Or I have to literally go around and spray everything until it tells me you haven't, It can't be like this, surely. I feel like I've gone around and just sprayed everything that I would need to... Why didn't you just... Okay. Why didn't you just tell me to back out then? It said spray everything, then she'll tell you. And it's like, well, I could have just gone and... backed out. Like, whatever. Whatever. Sure, I checked it. All the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Why would you give me the minigame to start spraying, and then the guide tells you, hey, it'll eventually tell you that to spray, stop spraying. It's like, I've already, like, I essentially went all over the place just to make sure I got at least most of the stuff that had a, notification, and then I guess it's like, oh, we have to just give up. You could have just, like, done something else. Or at least just shown us what we had to actually... Just spray that little desk over there. Yeah, I did spray the desk. I did spray the desk. Why are you telling me that I sprayed the desk? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far. I did spray the desk. You saw me spray the desk. Let's check it out just to be sure. You could have saved the time of me going around spraying the entire room with the stuff, and then gone and I don't know. Okay, I guess that was what we had to do. I had to go around, spray everything, not find anything, and then back myself out. Only for them to say, hey, spray the desk by zooming in. It's like, well, we could have saved the trouble by just having me spray the desk in the first place. Reaction, Apollo? Where? Inside of that cute little frame. Look. Oh, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. Known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the court record. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches. Bears traces of deadly poison at quantity. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other piece that was poisoned. In any case. Okay. Again, doing all these things for, Emma is, working towards a trophy as well. We are working towards a trophy, I should say. So you have to take this part back off first to put a photo inside. It'd be a really small photo to fit in there. Showing that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. So, when we first got access to it, it told me to spray everywhere, so I sprayed everywhere, and then I thought it was originally going to tell us, hey, you eventually, like, wouldn't get anything, so I was like, okay, I'll just back out, and then it's like, oh, just go do the thing anyway. You could have just saved time by just not doing that. But put poison in the coffee, rubbed a bit on here, too. It's not very obvious, Trucy. Enter the tiny frame, I guess. And I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you just need to be a little more focused in your inquiries, scientific even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. I guess we'll send her the envelope next. That. Yes, why is that a bright red envelope? Sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Please, I would have steamed it open. She did sneak a peek of it at it, apparently. Well, I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes. The use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. Should try flattering her, Apollo. They say little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her somewhere. What about that envelope we found? Just wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. I don't know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least that's what I call it. It's a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. It's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. To tell you the truth, not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. What are you doing? Just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Then I would need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. Just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. Sample the device like so. Can't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. It's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? Gotta set it to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with the right analog stick for me, would you? That's not me doing it, by the way. That's the game doing it. That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. So a dollar bit more. What I understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam of wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go down onto step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Rubbing, like going over the image with the left analog while holding X. Like, oh, I see. Yeah, that fixes the image on the screen. Turn the dial again, just a little. But then you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. Just keep doing this until we get the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Hey, let's do some more. I see what we're doing. You can see that we're getting the numbers. Oops. Yeah, it's becoming a little clearer. I guess we have to do it so many times. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Okay, let's print this one out. Lose. At least you know where you stand. Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? So we're scanning for the letter. Just like one little like plot. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misha, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account, sorry. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 to Mr. Misham's account? This painting's supposed to be really valuable. There's another page in there. Can I take a look? Bet I do. You're gonna read someone's mail, you may as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Okay, let's put this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it's a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So, found the victim's desk drawer contains 2 sheets of writing paper. So, I was wondering. It's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime. But I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. Thought so. Don't forget that face. What was his name? Oh, right. Russell. Russell? He's after a scooped set of the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. It's the best interview ever, and that skill he's killed, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you. Really strange. Just raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. I hear he's on the beat today, too. Said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. Wasn't Valent Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up here. So he's out interviewing Valent Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Yeah, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Brushel's card. This business card reads Spark Brushel, freelance journalist. Just gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really, what's this? Camera lens finder. Reporters take photos too. Guess if he's freelance, you have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Top dollar for information. Can we still talk to you anymore? No. I guess we now move to the Coliseum. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Said Apollo, place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converge. It's because I hired Uncle Valent. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. Young Miss Trucy! How often I hope we meet again and tell myself it was an impossible dream. Valent, how's it going? Let's see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? Come to give me flowers? Do it off the show, I beg you. See, we came to wish you good luck. Congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the one I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world of wonderment as magnifies illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand. I guess we just talk to him? We talk to him, we present him the envelope and the card. And then we go back to the detention center. This is a really, really short, investigation section. Very, very short. I guess I should give him the stuff first before we... Well, actually, we still have stuff to examine around here first. I guess we have no reason to actually go into the area because we've already, started on that. Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon! Grammary seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. Took plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. It's a huge success, Uncle Valent. Oh, I intended for it to be nothing less, I assure you. Both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. No, I thought this at the time of the Gavinius concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. Got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'd like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be. What, really? Yeah. Grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right? Oh, oops. Looks like I was right. I'd like to see how that would actually happen. I don't think we're gonna see an entire build. I don't think, how do I put this way? I think that if we were gonna see a building disappear, an entire building, or like or a cruise ship, or like even in realistic magic, I don't think I was saying this before. I do not think that I've seen somebody transport a building, or like a cruise liner, or even I guess cars. They technically have done that. No way has anyone done a building or a house. No one's made a house disappear. I think there's just certain things that escape. There's too many things that escape other magic that would prevent that from being possible, I think. Well, I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this. Just a wild guess, really. I don't think it would be possible. That creature there. He's handing out balloons during the last case, too. Is that a creature, Apollo? Poor guy. Sorry, was I mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. Trained the science since our last case. So Gavin is back then, wasn't it? Hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. Don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. I think that's everything covered here. Let's present him with some... present him with the envelope. I think it was the envelope, right? Envelope and the card. So I wonder if you could tell me about this. Why, that bears the Lamiroir seal. Confound, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Daddy gave it to me. That Daddy? No, my other daddy. Phoenix Wright. Why no? Why would your Lord Daddy... Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. The signature up on the back, do you recognize it? Belongs to none other than Zach Lamiroir. Daddy signed this? Would I be so bothered to open it? Sorry, but I can't let you do that. This is the first time I've seen him out of place, I guess you would say, since we started. This is the first time I've actually seen him out of character, I should say, not out of place. Out of character is probably more accurate. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Card. The journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. While pen seeks to commit its mysteries to paper. His name is Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. Doesn't look too happy about it. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Tell us more about him. What did he want? I'm guessing that he probably wanted to, like, get some sort of scoop on the, He probably wanted some sort of scoop on the, what is it called? I think he wanted a scoop on the, Magician Axe, I would assume, anyway. I would assume that that's what it is. Alright, now we can do mass talking with him. Big magic show. Let's talk about the big magic show. It's true the Lamiroir miracle is back after a 7-year absence. Trucy, I must apologize. Showing this honor should have been his. My co-magician in training, Zach Lamiroir, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I valiant Gramarye would have been proud to stand up on the stage as... Thanks, Uncle Valen. You know, I'm happy that you're doing the show. I think we get to see the great Magnifique's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnifique Gramarye. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifique Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. The creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. Guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. So that's what the Gramarye Troupe's secrets falls to me to provide one. It's my God-given destiny. It's you, nameless face, who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? Because the light is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifique's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? Why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Performance rights? Tell us about these performance rights. His magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick if you will. A trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifique knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. It's like Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Yet as you well know, he is gone. Disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. At a certain period of time of which you speak, 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. Past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifique passed to me. This was in fact stipulated in the will by Magnifique himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Mr. Brushel, journalist. Man by that name called on me just now. Just now. Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. It's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he is, only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye. Valiant, do you know where the reporter went? Recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. No, he just ripped stuff. He would tear apart my respectability, I would tear apart him. Here comes Apollo, Uncle Valen's big magic trick. You gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Is it more miraculous for it to stay ripped? You must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come for when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valen. 2 days from now, make ready for a miracle. Do you think that journalist was after? Why did Valiant react like that to that envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. I guess we're gonna go and see them. Move to, I guess we have to go back to the detective agency then to, back to the detective agency and then, back to the detective agency to get to the detention center. Okay, so the 7th detention center visitors room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're doing it for the money, end quote. It's like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter. Ah, okay, that's him. Hey there! How you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, but didn't know someone was already here. Apologize for turning at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Your Justice, you! You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you! Says I'm witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? You're a reporter by any chance? You're Trucy. Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. It's so not true. I went to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So God, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. How many times do I have to tell you this? I've got work to do. You deal with them. Did you come here to interview the guard? Or were you out of pickle? Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone to go plumb crazy. End quote. Should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name's Broshel, Spark Broshel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Freelance journalist can smell a scoop from miles away. Age 36. Looks much older than 36, but maybe it's just the makeup. To be interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. I guess we just talk to him. Yeah, we're just talking to him normally. You don't need to present anything to him at all. So, Mr. Brushwood, you're a journalist. Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? The interviewer. You understand yet? I'm the one asking questions here, end quote. For instance, think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. The night of the crime. The night of the murder. You're at Drew's studio. Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. Can't understand that philosophy, but... Want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. Don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is? The interview. So you went to do a story on Drew Mission. You've never had a story done about him before? That's right, look, let me state one thing for the record here. So you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do they interview in the first place? Oh, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. So there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. Think the burger guy's gonna tell you where you got it? The supermarket, maybe. Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls of ears, eyes, especially glass walls, with speakers, end quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. Since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. Remember it like it was yesterday. Seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. An article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? I thought I'd seen a painting somewhere before. Painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting? Of a giant peach? Journalists can spell scoop better than burgers, end quote. That's all that done. So now we go and, we want to present the hidden painting to Emma, and then talk to her again, and then present the portrait another time. And then we move into the trial, so... hidden painting first, then then talk, and then portrait. And then we go into the next pretty well with this. I'm surprised I'm able to keep this up as much as I am. I haven't there's just so many voices. Although I am taking breaks, I guess. Well, not breaks in voicing, but like breaks in like when I'm not streaming. Go to the studio, show the painting, and then talk to her again. Go find anything? So there was one thing I want to check with you. What scary face you're making? What's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? We want to present the hidden painting. This painting came from behind that dresser. Guess so? It was stolen, huh? So I bet you wouldn't figure it out. Could you tell us a bit about this? Suppose. It's what you think. Trimasham was a forger. Forger? Talk to her. What exactly is a forger? Well, basically it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copy so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real idol. It's a crime, of course. Drew Machine was a criminal, I'm afraid so. Received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement its working illustration, I guess. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a vital clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Doing a magic trick in front of the mirror before you go on stage. Not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. Know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. Gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Mishamshaw's sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. Sure, that would be interesting. May be valuable for our case. Should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Present the portrait. I want to see the rough sketch under this painting. I was wondering if your tool might do the trick. Fine, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out. I was gonna say, what actually just happened? I thought for a second it was going to, it went to a black screen. I thought that it was going to, like, not load. The portrait was, oh, which one's what again? I wasn't paying attention to which one was the... It's this one. I don't remember which one it was I was supposed to look at. Okay, this was the right one. Okay, let's print this one out. Oh, interesting. This is the... Okay. The heck? Wait, it really blows. Finished pen isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. I thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. That's a poker game. That's in reference to the... I thought he could draw any sort of thing. That's interesting. What do you mean? Well, in the past you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Position. In other words, the trace of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. Not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Suppose would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, and do a completely new painting on top of that. The machine was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. Awfully silent all of a sudden, Paula. Think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. Like this detection stuff, don't you? I'm guessing we have to do all of them. Alright, might as well just do all of them then. House of some kind. No, that's not a house, that's the noodle stand. No, okay, these are all pictures that are in reference to the, these are all pictures that are in reference to the previous cases. The first one that we just did had, a poker hand. This one here has, this one here is the noodle stand. Yeah. That's what it's for. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? Looks so serious all of a sudden. Think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Okay. So does that mean this one's gonna reference the concert? That's the tower, isn't it? Yeah, that's the tower. That's the tower from the, yeah, that's the tower where they were doing this up at the concert. With, the burning, thing. What the heck is all this? I'd ask why you're getting so excited. Sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? I think you're both white as sheets. What's going on? Sketches. 3 cases I worked on. Murder in the poker room at the Borscht Ball Club? The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Dream Machine your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Never even heard of this Dream Machine before. Hadn't even seen a picture of him. They were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. Couldn't have been a coincidence. So who was this Dream Machine? What did he have to do with me? Okay, that's how the investigation ends. Interesting. So I'm gonna check something real quick. No. So we started. I finished the 3rd episode at around the 6 hour, like just a little over 6 hours. We started episode 3 at 3:14, and I finished it at I think so 3.5 plus. So that's an almost 10-hour case for episode 3. I think that's accurate. Yeah. Because then we look at the time that we started it here, or at least we were near the end of it here, and then we finished it, yeah. So, 8th, 9:48 AM, District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 6. Good morning. So you're Vera, right? Trucy, right? It's right with a W. But not right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad. You'd be better with a little smile, you know? So pretty, I need you to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Oh, she's sketching. Thank you for taking my case. Oh, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. It's great, really, it's so cultured. Want to try? Really? Victim Drew Machine was a forger. The stolen painting was found in his studio. Life of crime, really. Maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 AM, District Court. Courtroom number 3. Oh, we will now, begin the trial of Vera Machan. Why is he so I'm wondering why he's so shocked. Do I get another... Oh no, we should just ask it. Is the judge okay? His voice is so raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Repercussions of today's trial will be, most likely, be felt for a long time. It may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Any secret mission. The jurors will function like a jury. Let's hope that their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. Jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurist, Judge Well, and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was gonna say that. My apologies there, Judge. Jurors, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. Jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We're about to find out just what effect they are gonna have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Michan. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Michan.
Objection!
Wasn't any poison in the coffee? I could turn. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Michan's autopsy at the court record, death by atroquinine poisoning, estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, let's check this quickly. Victim's name, Drew Michan, age 52. Time of death, October 6th, between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Cause of atroquinine poisoning. Caused by atroquinine poisoning. Chemical compound that doesn't occur naturally. The dosage is a mere 0.002 mgs. Touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in his entirety. Journals, no doubt. Witness will state his name and occupation. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Russell. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Russell. Just like conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Because of to make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. You are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. You must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. Offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. The script turns Mr. Broshel into that Mr. Broshel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? Simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury, still out. Okay, the journalist story. So, visit the studio around 9 p.m. that night to do the interview. First outside, I entered the atelier. Journalist history made, end quote. Sort of brought us coffee right after we started. You know what happens next. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room beside her the entire time. Okay, we have to press the fourth statement, and then ask about the coffee, and then say it's important, but we'll avoid the fourth statement. Does sound like a simple case, unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? We do a thing like that? Come on, that's like news making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, what accusation box courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Sergeant Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. So happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. So, all of the statements bar the fourth one, to start with.
Hold it!
9 AM at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? Great Pan Dream Mushroom says come at 9. Believe you me, you go at 9. First, as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right, can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
Hold it!
You're the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Stereo will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. Basically, insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Russell guy, end quote. No one on the outside ever had access to the studio. Then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go?
Hold it!
Do you mind being a little more specific? Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a couple. But it all began when I was in the 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what F4 is driving at. This coffee the victim was served? Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really. Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Doesn't say I can only write grade school level. Something, I didn't get to read that. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. It was in the back, looking at the studio equipment when she served it. And what happened next? Skip this one.
Hold it!
Can you say that for sure? Sure, I'm sure. Your studio's in a big place, kiddo. I'd know if someone else had come in. What if they'd been hiding there from before?
Objection!
Even if someone had been hiding in the studio. They hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think Spark Marshall would miss something as obvious as that? No way. Sure makes it sound exciting, guess that's his job. It's only one moment we really focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died. Exactly. There has to be something there. Let's go these. This is the right option. This is about a star falling. Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. Star falls, get it? There's no gravity in space, is there? I didn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, likes punch. I know, star dies. Nah, likes imagination. Of course, you can go with Drew dies, straight to the point, I like it. We need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death, Russell's coffee or the Stars coffee? It was the Stars coffee, I believe. Say Mr. Misham had the coffee too. Did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. If a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it, well, yep. Guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. Poison was quite virulent, I hear. His stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. You don't want to venture a guess? For the record. Does this guy have a pause button? Oh, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Very important. Okay, victim drank the coffee. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Yes, you can go press with that one. This is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, this will add this to his testimony. Vital, right? One sip of that. The next moment he was on the floor. So what do we say here? In response to this, we present the coffee mug, and then we go to another cross-examination where we press the second statement. Presents coffee mug. I noticed we've now got less. Actually, no, it was because I moved positions. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, etroquinine. The Secret Government was quite clear about the poison. Lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Fortunately, we weren't told everything. It's a vital admission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Etroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because etroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. We suppose at the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, and he would still have time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order! What's the meaning of this? What the defense says is correct. Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Boschel, anything to say on the record? Slow-acting SLOWACT is virulent, alright? Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. It's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushu, yeah? Brushu. Let's take a trip back down memory lane. The victim really died the instant he took a sip. Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when he said he dies. You'd be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your, uncle. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? As the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. You'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop! Scoop! Wait a second, just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. They get us a so-called important detail. Survival of recollection, end quote. Story survival, end quote. So I'm utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. But a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But no, what I've been saying the last few minutes of it. Mr. Marshall, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? Bet I am. The antidote for a poison's contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote. might say. Figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order! 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 As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. I dream of exclusive rights to the story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Turn the airbrush, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the drawer system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Okay, so now we do press on the second statement, that's right. So what Brushel noticed? Alright, studio, Mr. Bishop was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter. He quickly sealed the envelope. Thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? So we'll press everything but the second option. So we get the extra little bits of dialogue. A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face is inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
So you went to the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter, Vera, of course. So beside Mr. Misham and Vera prison. Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing. I know what your game. Trying to use this classic Ramstein phenomenon ploy, end quote. You intend to suggest that its reporter is a suspect. I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move on along, shall we? Okay. I'm gonna skip this one. That's the one we have to press.
Hold it!
Didn't think anything might be wrong at the time. Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring, end quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior? Oh yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with. Very well, continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
Suicide note? Oh yeah, don't quote me or anything. Just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually check the letter. Of course not, it was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened, end quote. You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Kinda makes you wonder about that letter. So we'll skip this one, and we do this one.
Hold it!
So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. Not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes out of the schedule. Handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seems to think so. You should have seen him. Crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. Does seem significant. Oh, Mr. Justice? I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Add to the testimony, yes. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It's a yellow envelope. Heard it was left. Not yellow. It was not yellow, it was red. We have the red envelope, remember? We have the red envelope, so we present that. And then we say it's impossible, and then we do the bracelet stuff. Because we know that it's red. It's right here.
Objection!
So it just so happens there was a single letter on the desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What's the good of Gavin? Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. Oh, Mr. Brushall? Can you explain that? You're right. You want to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get that aside of my beady eyes, right? So you grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the Mrs. Chloe? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. And we have to say it's, impossible because it was already in one. I think. Yeah. Why am I saying this? Yeah, I don't need to check this because it's not possible because, it was already in one, yeah. It's impossible. I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. It just so happens the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope. The assistance of a forensic scientist. Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Mission. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order! 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 Mr. Brushall, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my, how could I have forgotten? Suppose this happens to the best of us. Water gets old, forgets lots, quote. Still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushall. What's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. Stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. He put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note, what a story. Starlight suicide note from a reporter, falls, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was 7 years ago, yeah? So am I finished? Here I am. Here, I mean, am I finished here? Just thinking of, going home to start writing. Hate to say what should be pretty obvious to anyone. When you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Tony has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of the story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Okay, this should be a new testimony, I think. Actually took a bit of work to get a thumbs up in the interview. Or to leverage a story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. The red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So this one we have to bracelet on the 5th statement and perceive the armpits and then present the painting. So you're threatened to go to press with the story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail. Well, yes. I mean, no. Wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not... Something wrong, Mr. Brushall? This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? There's some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story. You could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushall. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? This is the 5th statement we have to do the thing for.
Hold it!
Victim Drew Michelle had an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. But I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us.
Hold it!
Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I suggested I had a lead on this particular story. I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest. So the suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Michelle must have really wanted to keep it under wraps.
Hold it!
Certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case? Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. Can't talk about that case. Why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll that be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell no tales, Mr. Attorney. Sounds pretty determined to talk. Chances of breaking his, well, aren't looking good.
Hold it!
On one hand, we have your story. On the other hand, this letter. You should think the two are related. Just saying it's possible. Follow the reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I saw a lot of things. Gonna pick up all of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. See, anything else to add about Mr. Michelle?
Hold it!
See how amazing was Mr. Michelle's talent. Ooh wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. Flow of his brush like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light a studio-like sun, end quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures. That one just now was wackier than usual. It's kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. Something different than before here. Something to bring out you-know-what. Just a man left a bad taste in my mouth. Well, makes sense. I think jumps out as ridiculous. I know what this story he's talking about is. Still being gulled to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art. Okay, now skip all the way through this. Whoops. Hang on. We're gonna proceed from him. So I guess you can't notice it unless you enter into the perceive section, which I don't really like. Because then you'd have to go into every single statement and have to, like, check to see if there was something different. And you have to go through the entire, like, body. And you have to, like, then... you have to actually go and, you're on a time limit because you have to go and say to restart the quote again and stuff. Sweat much, Mr. Marshall? Yeah, well... ain't gonna help his glands, you know? It's more than that, and Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned. So they began to sweat buckets. Hiding something about his talent. It's ridiculous! Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens that I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. The hidden painting, I think we want, because that will have the... hidden painting? Yeah, it'd be the hidden painting. Because the other ones are forgeries. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. Two problems with this painting. First is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. Second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looks exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. Business of making forgeries. That is all, Your Honor. Yeah, then we have to do... yeah, just believe that for a second. From Please Everyone. Why did we get 3 of these today? Okay, this one is a new one as well. Different, links. 3... just like how this one has a damn Prime Gaming, thing on it. This account actually has followers on it as well. Usually the other ones don't. Ban, please. Okay. Interesting. Plus, I don't even count as a view either, those bots that come in. They don't even appear as a user in the chat. Can we keep this private, please? My story, my scoop! Forgery? That's a serious crime. Misham is known as an artist these days. There were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery? Misham is talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. But certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? I'm seriously been talking about... exactly. Talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. This is my chance. The victim had ties to the criminal world, right? Could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we concluded our investigation.
Objection!
How do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
There is no proof tying this letter to our cause. Our case was and remained simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, hey, hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushall, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. Doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism was rock solid. Journalism so solid you could send an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. You can ascertain the situation at studio from the recap. The trial is over. Brother, what's he talking about? This examination showed Mr. Brusher didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, and the killer had to be Vera. That's one. Next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brusher, your testimony, please. So this one here, we have to do 4th statement and then one thing with the letterbox. Only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. Vera poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. But the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. The next testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Oh, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. So I have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I see it. So I said it was the 4th one. Yeah, I said it was the 4th, yeah, I said it was the 4th statement. It doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one here for you? Poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. From where did that coffee come from? It took me to dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, it was already poured in the steamer. Let us not forget the defendant had admitted to pouring the coffee himself. Heard a statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. To find another weak spot in this case. Sure about that. I have to be really, really precise. Busy gobbling mint candies all the time. I'm getting more of these? That's 4 today.
Objection!
And you have the Twitch DJ, the whole things too. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, see you later. The time at the autopsy, Northwest Fragrance of mint from the room. I'm trying to think now if this would be a good point to... Because, we've done, what I'm doing. What have we done? Sorry, the investigation for this chapter was fairly short, the first part. Then the second part here we have is the second part that we have to do here is going to be really, well, I guess it's going to be really long as well. So, first section is done. We've finished the first investigation, which didn't take too long. This, I feel like this case itself is going to take a long time. Considering it took us 6 hours to get through the rest of the case, plus the rest of the time. This case here has to be the longest, I would think, or one of the longer ones. because it's going to tie other things together by the looks of it, so we'll just have to see how it goes. I think that would be a good point to stop. Alright, so far we've been introduced to the new character. We're still trying to figure out about stuff with Vera. It seems like they're flashing back to Kristoff. The jury system thing exists, which we haven't been introduced to that yet. We're still trying to get through the Drew's testimony. We're trying to get through things testimony at the moment. We haven't even started interviewing the witness yet. We haven't even been able to really talk to her all that much. The forgery stuff as well, how it relates to all the rest of the cases, it seems like we've still got a fair way to go with that. And then, like, even with the previous case, we finished the trial for that, which again, I think, much like before, I had a feeling of who the bad person was once certain things happened. And, like, the only thing that really confused me in that point was the music stuff, where I was like, I thought that there was something else I might have had to have figured out with that, but I guess we'll have to see how that goes. This one here doesn't seem like it's too... It'll be complicated, but it won't be, like, too, like, what is it called? It won't be, It'll be a complicated case to solve, but because it ties together with everything else, we've kind of already made it step by step. So I think we've got some sort of relation that's going to happen with those. And I've been going for a while anyway, as it is. But I like the third case. The third case was the best case at this point. Like, we've done cases 1, 2, and 3. I think the third case was the best case. I knew who the bad person was, but the issue was that there was other... I knew who the bad person was, but I liked the lead up and everything else that they ended up doing with those. And, like, new gameplay stuff, I liked some of the new technology things that we've been able to use so far. So I hope that we get to see more of those, because I like doing all that stuff with the luminol and all that sort of stuff. So that's good. Nothing really new with the characters we already got introduced with the allowance before. And then the story, I think this is where this sounds like it's going to be the last case of the game, so there might only be 4 cases for this, so we'll just see how that goes. Yeah, the music gets really good when you start getting further and further along the thing, but the third one definitely showed that was something that was really, good, so... Yeah, I've been going for nearly 8.5 hours, so I think that's a good point for me to stop for today, and, that way we can continue on with that for the next time, and work on a few other things, see how that all goes too. So yeah. With all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription really gets me monetization. Passive member content feel most easy to find. I upload my past as well as Let's Plays and Let's Pass to the YouTube channel. Currently, I'm still waiting for YouTube to fix their stuff with their links, so I have to sort that out whenever that happens. Unfortunately, I've got to wait like 2 months or something for them to fix that problem. So I can't put any links up elsewhere. So this was the games list that I have all the upcoming games I've played, all the games that I've played on stream, all in the organized playlist. I've got all the speedrun stuff as well. Also got the all the upcoming games you have to buy, all the games I have to purchase that I still have DLCs for. Still have a few other things to work on for that too. As well as games that we're going to be playing for the future as well. I put everything to my YouTube channel because I have similar limitation on my videos before they were doing Twitch. I'm going to be a separate place for everyone to find my content, we should do so. Welcome off Plat by passing those games with the Plat Trophy, as well as switching things off the game to the Switch. Some of the more occupied topic go experience, program on unlocks, trying to speedruns, we're doing any of those. The live stuff is all ready to go in terms of the actual like guides and things like that I've done. The Tactica thing I worked on a mission or 2 for that yesterday. The Octopi Trolley Guide individual levels. I'm going over the first of the 8 at the moment, so I've done that at least. I'm probably going to just focus on mainly the Kate ones, just to see what happens there, and hopefully that is okay. Just have to sort that out. And that's pretty much it as well. And you also get a notification when I go over on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 200 followers. I'll be doing live challenge speedruns. I'm thinking about doing 100 kills ninja, 0 kills ninja, and the all-set boss rush, and I might see if there's any other challenges around, we'll just have to wait and see. And we also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to help support me in the channel going forward to the future. Also get 7 days upload before my videos are put up as well. And you also get a notification of when I go live watching it on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. I'm on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server, closer to the members who are strong and also as well. I'm very active there, just get a notification when I go up on there as well. And finally, if you know who create a stream overlay that are useful for my future content going forward, you can find a link down below for that as well. So as always, before I go and get out of here, I always make sure I raid someone. Considering I have quite a few views at the moment. If anyone has any raid requests, I'm more than happy to take those. Otherwise, I will just see if there's anyone online that that's currently streaming that I'm following, and I'll see if I can hit them up with a raid. Actually, I got like 3 people online at the moment that I can pick from. Okay, let's see. I think they're all playing the same game, actually. So I will just for a second. They've been going for about 3 hours, so they did stop by earlier. So I will make sure that I raid them back because they did hit me up with a couple of follows as well. So they're also trying to reach affiliate. So I will help them out with this. That should give them quite a big boost, hopefully. So let me just make sure this is correct. Correct, yep. So with all that being said, thank you for watching and have a pleasant day night wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.